Have you ever felt as though your emotions were waves rising suddenly from the depths, pulling you into their currents before you even understood what was happening? One moment, you are calm, moving through your day as usual, and the next, a surge of irritation, sadness, fear, or longing catches you off guard. It can feel as if your inner world has a life of its own, and you are simply swept along by whatever mood appears. In quiet moments when no one is around to witness the turmoil, you may find yourself asking, "Why am I carried away so easily? Why do feelings control me more than I control them?" Long ago, the Buddha offered an insight that gently yet powerfully illuminates this experience. The mind is the forerunner of all things. What you think, you become. These words are not philosophical decoration. They are a reminder that the world we perceive, the relationships we build, the suffering we endure, and the peace we seek, all arise from within the mind. When the mind trembles, the world seems harsh. When the mind is restless, life appears unstable. But when the mind becomes clear, steady, and compassionate, even the same world begins to feel different, almost as if a veil has been lifted. Emotions in this light are not enemies. They are more like messengers, sometimes whispering, sometimes shouting, urging us to look deeper. Fear may be asking us to notice a wound we have ignored. Anger may be pointing toward a boundary we have not honored. Loneliness may be reminding us of a longing we pretend not to have. Yet because we are rarely taught how to listen to these messengers, we fall into two unhelpful habits, either obeying emotions impulsively or suppressing them. When we obey without awareness, we speak sharply, act thoughtlessly, and make choices we regret. When we suppress emotions, they do not disappear. They simply sink underground, resurfacing later as tension, burnout, numbness, or a quiet sadness that colors everything. The Buddhist path invites us into a third way, not drowning in our emotions, not forcing them away, but understanding them. Understanding means holding each feeling in gentle awareness, the way you might cup a small bird in your hand, firm enough not to drop it, soft enough not to harm it. This awareness brings light to even the most difficult states of mind. You begin to see anger not as a fire consuming you, but as heat that rises and falls. You begin to see fear not as a verdict about your future, but as an echo of past experiences. You begin to see sadness not as a permanent shadow, but as a cloud drifting through the sky of your awareness. Imagine for a moment that your mind is a vast open sky. Emotions are like clouds, sometimes thin and gentle, sometimes heavy and storm-filled. There are days when the sky is bright and days when lightning flashes from horizon to horizon. Yet through all of this, the sky remains spacious and untouched. The clouds come and go, but the sky itself is never damaged by their presence. Likewise, the true nature of your mind, spacious, aware, and luminous, is not harmed by any emotion, no matter how overwhelming it may feel. When you forget this, you cling to every passing cloud as if it defines you, and you suffer because you mistake the temporary for the permanent. In modern life, emotional storms can form quickly. Deadlines tighten. Words are misunderstood. A relationship becomes strained. You compare yourself to others. You fear losing what you have or not becoming who you think you should be. Under so much pressure, even small moments can trigger large reactions. A single comment at work can ruin an entire day. A message left unanswered can stir insecurity. A small disagreement at home can reopen old memories you thought were long buried. In this environment, emotional stability is not a luxury. It is a necessity if you wish to live with clarity, strength, and inner balance. Emotional mastery in the Buddhist sense does not mean becoming stoic, numb, or detached from life. The Buddha himself experienced deep compassion, sorrow for suffering beings, joy at their transformation, and unwavering peace. Mastery does not mean feeling less. It means seeing more clearly. It means recognizing, this is anger arising in me. This is fear moving through me. This is desire calling for my attention. With this recognition, you gain the power to choose your response, rather than being driven by instinct or habit. During this journey across 30 parts, we will explore the many teachings that help cultivate this kind of wisdom. Mindfulness, compassion, the truth of impermanence, the art of letting go, the medicine of simplicity, the strength of patience, the lightness of gratitude, and the stability of inner peace. These teachings are not abstract ideas. They are tools meant to be used in daily life. They guide the way you breathe, when frustration rises, the way you speak, when tensions grow, the way you listen, when someone you love is hurting, and the way you return to yourself when you feel lost or overwhelmed. Imagine a stressful meeting at work. Voices tighten, judgments form. Someone says something that stings. In the past, your reaction might have been automatic, defensiveness, sharpness, or silence fueled by resentment. But with practice, something shifts. You pause. You breathe slowly and deliberately. You give yourself a moment to feel the heat in your chest without acting on it. That brief moment creates space in which wisdom can enter. From that space, your reply becomes calmer, clearer, kinder. The meeting may still be difficult, but you are no longer helpless within it. Or imagine a conflict at home. Words rise like arrows, each one meant to protect, but ultimately meant to wound. Old patterns resurface, but instead of adding fuel to the fire, you step back inside yourself and recognize the fear beneath the anger, the longing beneath the frustration. You may still feel hurt, but you no longer feel swallowed by the emotion. You breathe, you soften. You choose a response that reflects truth rather than pain. In that moment, you heal not only the argument, but something older, quieter, deeper within yourself. Science now confirms what contemplatives have known for centuries. Emotional regulation reshapes the brain, soothes the nervous system, improves sleep, enhances attention, and strengthens resilience. But beyond science is something even more valuable: the lived experience of peace. One day, lived in clarity and compassion, is worth more than many days lost in confusion and reactivity. This first part of our journey is like the opening of a door. Beyond it lies a path, not a path of escape, but a path of returning to awareness, returning to balance, returning to the quiet wisdom that has always been within you. You do not need to transform yourself overnight. You only need to take one mindful breath, one gentle step, one small moment of recognition. Over time, these moments collect, forming a new way of being. As you continue, allow yourself to simply receive what resonates. Let one sentence, one metaphor, one insight rest softly in your heart. Transformation does not come from memorizing ideas. It comes from living them in the way you walk, the way you speak, the way you love, and the way you meet the changing seasons of your own inner world. This is the beginning. The journey ahead will guide you deeper into the art of understanding and transforming your emotional landscape. For now, let this opening chapter be a gentle invitation, an invitation to return to yourself, to your breath, to the present moment where peace is always waiting. There is a quiet moment that arrives, just before awareness touches the surface of an emotion, a brief, delicate space where you sense something shifting inside, but cannot yet name it. It might be the tightening of your stomach, the warmth rising in your throat, the subtle trembling of your hands, or an unexpected heaviness behind your eyes. Most of us rush past this moment without noticing, swept immediately into the emotional wave that follows. But this small, easily overlooked instant holds an extraordinary key. It is the doorway into mindfulness, the first and most essential foundation of emotional mastery. Mindfulness is often misunderstood as a technique, a method of relaxation, or a spiritual lifestyle. But in the Buddha's teaching, mindfulness is something much simpler and infinitely more profound. It is the art of being fully present, fully aware, fully alive, in the only moment we ever truly have this one. When mindfulness is present, the mind stops running into the past or leaping into the future. It returns home to the body, to the breath, to the reality of what is unfolding right now. And when the mind comes home, emotions lose their power to overwhelm, because their strength comes from our absence, not from their presence. To understand mindfulness, imagine standing at the edge of a river. If you fall into the current, you are tossed, turned, carried away. But if you remain on the riverbank, you can watch the water flow by without being swept along. Emotions are like that river. They move, shift, surge, and fade. But you, the awareness observing them, can remain steady. When you practice mindfulness, you are stepping onto that riverbank, learning to witness each feeling without drowning in it. The journey begins with something incredibly simple: the breath. Not because breathing is magical, but because it is always with you, always available, always happening in the present moment. You don't need perfect conditions or special knowledge. You only need to notice when an emotion begins to rise: irritation, sadness, jealousy, regret. The immediate impulse is to react. But if in that very moment you pause and take one conscious breath, the entire inner landscape begins to shift. A mindful breath interrupts the momentum of the emotion. It slows down the mind, softens the body, and gives you the space to choose your next step instead of falling into automatic reaction. Try to picture a moment from your own life. Perhaps someone spoke sharply to you at work, and your chest tightened with anger. In the past, you might have snapped back instantly or silently buried the hurt. But now, you bring attention to your breath. You feel the air enter, gently expand your chest, and leave your body slowly. One breath, two breaths. You aren't suppressing the anger, nor are you feeding it. You are simply observing it. And in that simple act of observation, anger begins to change its shape. Instead of being a storm, you are trapped inside it, becomes a cloud passing through the sky of your awareness. This is the beauty of mindfulness. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Nothing needs to be fought. What is seen clearly begins to lose its power to control you. What does mindfulness look like in daily life? It is much simpler than most people imagine. It is not limited to meditation cushions or silent retreats. It appears in the ordinary activities that fill your day. When you brush your teeth instead of letting your mind drift into worries, you feel the cool water, the taste of the toothpaste, the movement of your hand. When you walk from one room to another, instead of rushing unconsciously, you feel the contact of your feet with the floor. When you drink a glass of water, you actually taste it, noticing how it refreshes your mouth and throat. When you speak with someone, you listen fully, without preparing your response, without drifting away into your own thoughts. These moments may seem small, but they strengthen the capacity to be present, the same capacity you need when emotions become turbulent. Mindfulness also teaches us something vital about emotions. They are temporary. No feeling, no matter how intense, lasts forever. They rise, peak, change, and fade like waves, but when you are caught inside them, they feel permanent, unchanging, absolute. Mindfulness allows you to see the impermanence of emotions as it unfolds in real time. You can feel anger heat up and cool down. You can feel sadness swell and soften. You can observe fear contract and then release its grip. You begin to realize that emotions are not fixed states. They are movements of energy in the mind and body. This realization brings a profound sense of freedom. You no longer fear your emotions because you know they cannot trap you. You no longer fight them because you understand they are not attacking you. You no longer cling to them because you recognize they are not the truth of who you are. You become like a mountain, unmoved by the passing weather, steady, grounded, aware. As mindfulness deepens, something extraordinary begins to happen. You start noticing the earliest signals of emotional change. You sense irritation before it becomes anger. You sense worry before it becomes fear. You sense longing before it becomes craving. This early awareness gives you tremendous power. It allows you to respond before the emotion has time to take control. Instead of reacting to life's challenges, you begin to respond with wisdom. And in that response, both your inner world and your relationships begin to transform. Mindfulness also brings clarity to the stories you tell yourself. Each emotion is usually accompanied by a narrative. They don't respect me. I'm not good enough. Things will never improve. These stories are rarely true, yet they shape your reactions. When you observe your emotions mindfully, you begin to see the stories for what they are, thoughts, not facts. You can acknowledge them without believing them. And once you stop believing every story, your mind creates emotional freedom, becomes possible. There is another gift that mindfulness offers, a gift many people do not realize they've been longing for: the ability to truly experience life. When you live on autopilot, rushing from one moment to the next, your life becomes a blur. You miss the subtle beauty that surrounds you, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, the gentle rise and fall of your breath, the presence of people you love. Mindfulness slows you down enough to see, to feel, to appreciate. And this appreciation becomes nourishment for your heart. In Buddhist teachings, mindfulness is often compared to a lamp carried into a dark room. You don't need to fight the darkness. You don't need to push it away. You only need to bring in the light. When the light is present, the darkness naturally recedes. Mindfulness is that light. It reveals what is happening within you and around you. It reveals where you are clinging, where you are resisting, where you are afraid, where you are hurting. And in that gentle illumination, healing begins. This second part of the journey is a foundation. Everything that follows: compassion, letting go, understanding suffering, embracing change. All of it begins with mindfulness. Without mindfulness, you cannot see clearly. Without seeing clearly, you cannot transform. As you step forward, let this be your practice. One breath fully felt, one moment fully lived, one emotion fully understood. You do not need to master everything at once. You only need to begin. There is a quiet truth woven through all of Buddhist wisdom, a truth that often feels unsettling at first, yet becomes profoundly liberating. Once the heart understands it, everything changes. Nothing in this world, no moment, no emotion, no relationship, no success, no sorrow remains fixed. Life moves in cycles like the tide, rising and receding like seasons, shifting from warmth to cold and back again. To live is to move with this rhythm, whether we notice it or not. And yet, despite its inevitability, change is one of the hardest realities for the human heart to accept. We long for what is pleasant to stay the same. We hope that the people we love will never drift away, that our bodies will always be strong, that our life circumstances will remain predictable. At the same time, we want painful experiences to disappear instantly, as if suffering should obey our wishes. But life has its own unfolding. It follows the law of impermanence, anicca, a truth the Buddha placed at the very center of awakening. Understanding impermanence is not meant to make life feel unstable. In fact, it is the key to emotional freedom. When we cling to what cannot stay, we suffer. When we resist what must change, we suffer. When we demand certainty from a world that is constantly shifting, we suffer. But when we begin to see that emotions rise and fade, that joy and sorrow both pass through us like weather, that nothing we experience is solid or permanent, then something softens inside us. The heart becomes more open, more spacious, more at ease with the ebb and flow of existence. Consider your own emotional life. How many times have you felt certain that a painful emotion would never end? A heartbreak that seemed endless, an anxiety that tightened your chest for days, a moment of anger that felt like it could consume your entire being. Yet none of these feelings stayed. Not one. They all moved through you, perhaps slowly, perhaps fiercely, but inevitably, they changed. Even the happiest moments, laughter with people you love, a beautiful day, a moment of perfect clarity, lasted only for a while before shifting into something else. Impermanence does not pick and choose. It moves everything without exception. This truth becomes a powerful ally when you apply it to emotional mastery. When an uncomfortable emotion arises, the mind often panics, believing it will stay forever. But when you remember impermanence, you breathe differently. You sit differently. You relate to your emotions differently. You can look at your sadness and say gently, "You are here now, but you will not be here forever." You can observe your anger and think, "Even this intensity will pass." You can feel fear in your body and remind yourself, "This is a temporary state, not a permanent reality." And with that simple recognition, not as a theory, but as a lived truth, your emotions lose their power to imprison you. Impermanence also teaches us to appreciate the present. When you know that a moment will never come again in exactly the same way, you pay attention. You savor your morning coffee. You listen more deeply when someone speaks. You notice the sunlight moving across your room. You become more tender with the people you care about. You stop postponing gratitude or affection. You say thank you more. You say I love you more. You live with a sense of wonder because you know that nothing is guaranteed to return. Yet the beauty of impermanence goes beyond appreciation. It invites us into flexibility, a quality essential for inner peace. If everything changes, then sadness can transform into clarity. Fear can transform into courage. Anger can transform into understanding. Even the most painful moments carry within them the seeds of transformation. The heart becomes resilient, not by resisting change, but by flowing with it. To understand impermanence on a deeper level, imagine holding a handful of sand. If you try to squeeze it tightly, it slips out through your fingers. The harder you grasp, the more you lose. But if you hold your hand open, the sand rests peacefully on your palm, Life is like that. When you cling to a person, an outcome, or an emotion, you create tension, and this tension becomes suffering. But when you hold life with an open hand, present appreciative but not possessive peace becomes possible. Impermanence also helps us loosen the grip of identity. The mind often says, "I am this kind of person. I never change. My emotions define me." But the truth is, you are always changing. Who you are today is not who you were 5 years ago. Your fears have changed. Your dreams have changed. Your understanding has changed. Even your body, breath by breath, cell by cell, is always in transition. When you see yourself as a fluid, evolving being rather than a fixed identity, you become more compassionate toward your own journey and more forgiving of your imperfections. This teaching becomes especially powerful in relationships. People grow, shift, evolve. Expectations placed on a static version of someone inevitably lead to disappointment. But when you understand impermanence, you allow others the space to change. You release the pressure you place on them to remain who they once were. You listen with more openness, love with more tenderness, and accept with more grace. Impermanence makes love wiser. In difficult times, impermanence is a source of profound comfort. When you suffer, you can remember that suffering too is not permanent. It may linger, but it will not stay unchanged. It moves like clouds across the sky, even when the sky seems endlessly covered. When you feel lost, the path will eventually reveal itself. When you feel broken, healing will quietly arrive in its own timing. When something precious ends, space opens for something new to begin. Impermanence is not the thief of joy, it is the giver of renewal. To truly integrate this truth, practice observing small changes. Notice how a morning emotion feels different by the afternoon. Notice how your breath is never exactly the same twice. Notice how your thoughts come and go. Notice how your body shifts as you walk, as you sit, as you rest. The more you observe change in small things, the more you understand change in the larger currents of your life. One of the most transforming realizations is this: you don't have to cling to anything. Not to the past, not to imagined futures, not even to an emotion that feels overwhelming right now. You can let life move. You can let yourself move. Impermanence is not a threat, it is freedom. It allows old wounds to soften, misunderstandings to heal, habits to shift, and new beginnings to unfold. In this part of our journey, let impermanence be a gentle companion. Let it remind you that you are not trapped. You are not fixed. You are not defined by any feeling or circumstance. Everything within you is capable of transformation. Everything around you is capable of renewal. When you embrace this truth, even the storms of life lose their power to terrify you. You learn to stand in the rain without fear, knowing that the clouds will eventually part. As you move forward, keep this simple reflection close to your heart. This too is changing, not as an escape, but as an awakening, not as resignation, but as wisdom. Allow impermanence to soften your grip and open your heart. There is a tenderness within the human heart that often goes unnoticed, a quiet longing to be understood, to be seen, to be met with gentleness. This longing does not only arise in our relationships with others, it arises between us and ourselves. And for many people, this longing is unmet, not because the world is unkind, but because we have forgotten how to offer compassion first and foremost to our own inner life. In Buddhist teachings, compassion, karuna, is not merely an emotion. It is a profound intention of the heart. It is the willingness to turn towards suffering rather than away from it. It is the courage to look deeply into the pain of oneself and others, and to respond with understanding rather than judgment. Compassion is not a soft, sentimental feeling. It is strength. It is clarity. It is an unshakable commitment to meet life with openness instead of fear. But compassion must begin within. Without inner compassion, our emotional life becomes a battlefield. Every fear becomes a failure. Every mistake turns into self-punishment. Every vulnerability becomes a source of shame. We push ourselves, criticize ourselves, compare ourselves, and then wonder why we feel exhausted and unworthy. Yet the Buddha taught that no one deserves our compassion more than ourselves, not because we are more important, but because the way we relate to our own suffering shapes the way we relate to the suffering of everyone else. To understand compassion, imagine a child who comes home after a difficult day. They are upset, frustrated, or afraid. A wise caregiver would not shout at the child, nor say, "Stop crying. You're being ridiculous." Instead, they would kneel down, soften their voice, and say, "Tell me what happened. I'm here." This kind of presence does not immediately erase the child's pain, but it changes the way the pain is held. It gives the child room to breathe, to feel safe, to release what has been hurting them. Your emotions, anger, sadness, jealousy, fear are like that child. They knock on the door of your awareness, not to punish you, but to ask for your attention. Compassion means opening the door. It means turning toward your inner world with the same gentleness you would offer a child you deeply love. When difficult emotions arise, the untrained mind tends to react in two ways. It either suppresses the feeling or becomes consumed by it. Both reactions cause suffering. But compassion offers a third way, acknowledging the emotion with warmth and clarity. You can say to yourself, suffering is here. A part of me is hurting. This does not mean indulging the emotion. It means recognizing its presence without resistance or shame. And from that recognition, healing becomes possible. Compassion is not weakness. It does not mean letting yourself or others off the hook when harm is done. It does not mean accepting mistreatment or ignoring boundaries. True compassion includes wisdom. It can be firm. It can be protective. It can say no when needed. But even when compassion is strong, it remains gentle at its core. It speaks from understanding, not anger. It acts from clarity, not fear. In daily life, compassion begins with listening, truly listening to yourself. When you are overwhelmed, instead of forcing yourself to push through, you pause. You feel the tightness in your chest, the heaviness in your shoulders, the exhaustion behind your eyes, and you ask, what is this part of me needing right now? Sometimes the answer is rest. Sometimes it is honesty. Sometimes it is patience or forgiveness. Sometimes it is simply a breath. Compassion also means releasing the harsh voice of self-judgment. Most people carry an inner critic that speaks with a sharpness they would never use towards someone they love. This inner critic whispers or shouts that you are not enough, that you should have done better, that you are flawed. But compassion invites a new voice to emerge, a voice that says, I see you're trying. I see you're hurting. You are allowed to be human. To cultivate compassion, you can practice a simple exercise. Place a hand gently over your heart, breathe slowly, and say inwardly, may I be kind to myself in this moment. Notice how the body softens, how the breath becomes deeper, how the heart begins to release its tension. This is not a trick or a placebo. It is the natural response of a heart finally being met with understanding. But compassion is not only inward. Once the heart learns to soften toward itself, it naturally softens toward others. You begin to see that everyone is carrying something: fears, memories, wounds, uncertainties. The person who speaks harshly may be hiding their own pain. The person who disappoints you may be struggling silently. The person who irritates you may be weighed down by pressures you cannot see. This does not excuse harmful behavior, but it helps you respond with less anger and more wisdom. Buddhist teachings describe compassion as the wish that all beings be free from suffering. That wish begins with yourself, but it expands. You may find that you speak more gently, you listen more deeply, you react less quickly, you hold fewer grudges, you forgive more easily, not because others always deserve forgiveness, but because you deserve peace. Compassion also transforms your emotional reactions. When you feel anger rising, compassion says, "There is pain beneath this anger. Let me tend to it." When you feel overwhelmed, compassion says, "It's okay to rest. You do not need to carry everything alone." When you feel jealous, compassion says, "This longing is asking to be understood, not judged." When you feel fear, compassion says, "I am here. You are not alone." In relationships, compassion is the bridge that allows two hearts to meet, without pretending, without defending, without competition. It turns arguments into dialogues. It turns impatience into understanding. It turns distance into connection. Compassion does not guarantee that relationships will always be easy, or that conflicts will disappear, but it changes the way you move through difficulties. You no longer see others as opponents, but as fellow travelers carrying their own burdens. The practice of compassion also strengthens emotional resilience. When you stop fighting your emotions, they no longer exhaust you. When you stop rejecting your imperfections, they lose their power to shame you. When you stop blaming yourself for suffering, the suffering becomes lighter. Compassion allows you to walk through life with a heart that is open yet unbroken. But perhaps the most extraordinary effect of compassion is its ability to awaken joy, a quiet, steady joy, rooted not in achievement or circumstance, but in connection. When you treat yourself and others with kindness, your life begins to feel more spacious, more meaningful, more alive. Even ordinary moments, a conversation, a smile, a shared silence become infused with warmth. This part of the journey is an invitation to soften where you have hardened, to understand where you have judged, to embrace where you have rejected. Compassion is not something you must earn. It is your natural state, waiting beneath layers of fear and conditioning. As you uncover it, your emotional life will begin to transform. Let this reflection linger. May I be kind to myself. May I be kind to others. May all beings be free from suffering. There comes a moment on every inner journey when you realize that understanding alone is not enough. You must practice. You must return again and again to the stillness within the gentle observing presence that allows insight to grow roots instead of drifting away like ideas in the wind. And this practice, simple yet profoundly transformative, is meditation. Meditation has been taught for thousands of years, but its true purpose is often misunderstood. Many people think meditation is about emptying the mind, stopping thoughts, or achieving an altered state of peace. But the Buddha did not present meditation as an escape from life. He offered it as a way to wake up to life, to see clearly, to understand deeply, and to meet every experience with wisdom and compassion. Meditation is like holding up a mirror to your own mind. It reveals the patterns you did not know. You had the restlessness, the craving, the fear, the judgments, the stories, the habits of reacting. Without meditation, these forces operate in the shadows, influencing your emotions and behavior without your awareness. But when you sit quietly, returning to your breath or to the sensations of your body, the mind begins to reveal itself. You start to notice how quickly thoughts appear and disappear, how emotions arise and fade, how the heart opens and closes. Meditation does not create these movements. It simply allows you to see them clearly. Seeing clearly is the beginning of freedom. Meditation trains the mind to stay present, to return again and again to this moment. And in this presence, you begin to understand the nature of emotions more intimately than any book or teaching can explain. You notice that anger is not one solid thing. It is a series of sensations: heat, tension, pressure, a tightening of the jaw, a quickening of the breath combined with a story the mind repeats. You observe how sadness sits in the body sometimes as heaviness in the chest, or a quiet ache behind the eyes. You witness how anxiety circulates through the belly, the shoulders, the hands. You begin to realize that emotions are not enemies. They are movements in the body and mind arising from causes and conditions. Meditation gives you the ability to sit with these movements without being overwhelmed by them. You learn to breathe through discomfort. You learn to soften resistance. You learn to offer yourself kindness even when the mind feels crowded. The more you practice, the more your emotional landscape shifts. Feelings still arise, but they pass more quickly. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer control you. The mind becomes more spacious, more grounded, more at ease. There are many forms of meditation, each offering its own doorway into understanding. Mindfulness meditation teaches you to observe whatever arises in the present moment. Breath sensations, sounds, thoughts without judgment. It cultivates clarity and stability. Loving kindness meditation, or metta, trains the heart to soften. You silently repeat phrases like, "May I be peaceful," "May I be safe," "May I be free from suffering." Then you extend these wishes to others. This practice dissolves anger and heals emotional wounds. Breathing meditation anchors the mind. By focusing on the natural rhythm of your breath, you calm the nervous system and restore balance. Insight meditation, or vipassana, guides you into the deeper truths of existence, impermanence, non-self, and the interconnected nature of all things. It reveals the roots of suffering and shows the path to release. No single method is superior. Each one is like a different window through which you can see your inner world more clearly. Perhaps the most beautiful thing about meditation is that it requires nothing other than your presence. You do not need special cushions, incense chanting, or long retreats. Meditation can happen in silence, in a busy room, in a park, in your car, before walking into work. It can last an hour or a single breath. What matters is not the form, but the sincerity of your attention. Imagine sitting quietly, eyes closed or gently lowered. You breathe in, you breathe out. At first, your mind wanders constantly. Thoughts about the past, worries about the future, tasks, undone memories, imaginations. Many people think this wandering means they are bad at meditation. But the wandering mind is not a failure. Noticing that the mind has wandered is the practice. Every time you bring the attention back to the breath, you strengthen the muscle of awareness. Over time, you will notice subtle changes. You will become less reactive. You will speak more thoughtfully. You will pause before responding. You will feel emotions rise in the body, but instead of immediately believing their stories, you observe them with curiosity. Meditation gives you the gift of choosing how to meet your life. Meditation also heals in ways you may not expect. It softens the grip of self-criticism. When you spend time sitting with yourself, you begin to realize how hard you have been on your own heart. You notice how often you judge yourself for feeling tired, for not being productive enough, for being afraid, for wanting comfort. Meditation allows you to see these judgments clearly and to question them. Slowly, they lose their power. On difficult days, meditation becomes a refuge, not a place to hide, but a place to return to yourself. When your emotions are turbulent, sitting quietly and breathing can feel like stepping into a calm harbor. The storm continues outside, but you have found a place of steadiness within it. Each breath becomes a reminder that you are still here, still alive, still capable of meeting whatever arises with courage and compassion. For many people, meditation becomes a sanctuary of truth. It is where you meet yourself, without masks, without denial, without running. It is where you discover that beneath all your fears, your doubts, your insecurities, there is a quiet, luminous awareness, a presence that is untouched by the storms of life. This presence is your true home. As meditation deepens, the boundaries between meditation and life begin to dissolve. You find yourself breathing mindfully while driving, while waiting in line, while listening to someone you love. You begin to speak with more care. You listen more fully. You notice the beauty in simple things, the sound of rain, the feel of warm sunlight, the rhythm of your steps. Life itself becomes a meditation. And perhaps most importantly, meditation reveals a truth that changes everything. You are not your emotions. You experience emotions, but you are not defined by them. You feel anger, but you are not an angry person. You feel confusion, but you are not a confused person. You feel fear, but you are not fear. You are the awareness in which these emotions arise and disappear. When you truly understand this, emotional freedom becomes possible. As you move forward, let meditation be your anchor, your companion, your teacher. You do not need to sit perfectly. You do not need to clear your mind. You only need to return again and again to your breath, to your body, to this moment. This is where transformation begins. There is a quiet misunderstanding that causes enormous suffering in the human heart. The belief that to love, to care, to succeed, to live fully, we must cling. We cling to people. We cling to outcomes. We cling to identities. We cling to stories about who we think we are and who we fear we might become. Yet the tighter we hold, the more life slips through our fingers. It is like trying to grasp water with a closed fist. The more pressure we apply, the more we lose. In Buddhist wisdom, there is a teaching that acts as a gentle antidote to this instinctive clinging. It is called non-attachment, or upekkha. Non-attachment is often misunderstood as indifference, emotional withdrawal, or coldness. But in truth, it is the complete opposite. Non-attachment is spacious, tender, awake. It allows us to love more deeply, not less. It allows us to engage with life more fully, not more distantly. And it allows us to experience emotions without becoming imprisoned by them. Non-attachment is not about letting go of people. It is about letting go of the illusion that we can control them. It is not about giving up desire. It is about giving up desperation. It is not about rejecting the world. It is about seeing the world as it really is, fluid, changing, unpredictable, alive. When the Buddha spoke of non-attachment, he was pointing to a truth so simple, yet so easy to forget. Nothing belongs to us. Not our relationships, not our achievements, not our youth, not even our emotions. Everything is borrowed. Everything is passing through. And when we try to possess what cannot be possessed, we suffer. Imagine holding a butterfly. If you close your hand around it, you crush it. If you leave your hand open, the butterfly can rest there freely, and sometimes it stays longer because it senses the freedom. This is how non-attachment works. It creates a gentle, open space where love can breathe, where experiences can unfold, where emotions can rise and fall without causing harm. To begin understanding non-attachment, you must first understand the nature of clinging. Clinging comes from fear of loss, fear of change, fear of uncertainty, fear that without what we cling to, we will not be whole. The mind says, I need this person, I need this success, I need this outcome, I need things to remain exactly as they are. But beneath these demands lies a deeper truth, the fear of impermanence. Non-attachment is not about defeating fear. It is about learning to hold fear with compassion. It is about saying to yourself, I am afraid of losing what I love, and that is human. From this honesty, something softens. The heart becomes less rigid, less controlling, less desperate for guarantees. You begin to breathe again. There is a profound emotional freedom that emerges when you stop trying to force life into the shape you believe it must have. Life does not bend to our demands. It flows according to causes and conditions, many of which are beyond our control. When we cling, we fight this flow. When we practice non-attachment, we begin to move with it, not passively, but wisely. Consider the people you love. So often love becomes entangled with attachment. We attach our happiness to someone else's actions. We attach our identity to a relationship. We attach our worth to being needed. And when inevitably that person changes, as every person does, we suffer not because love fails, but because we demanded that love freeze in time. Non-attachment invites us to love in a new way, to love without possession, to love without fear, to love with generosity rather than expectation. When you love someone with non-attachment, you no longer say, you must make me happy. Instead, you say, I love you as you are, and I allow you the freedom to grow, to change, to be human. This kind of love is spacious and stable. It does not shatter easily because it is built not on fear, but on understanding. Non-attachment also transforms how we experience emotions. When sadness arises, instead of pushing it away, you can let it be present, knowing it will pass. When joy arises, you appreciate it fully, knowing it, too, will pass. You stop chasing happiness as if it were permanent. You stop fearing sorrow as if it were eternal. You begin to see emotions as waves, each one rising, cresting, and dissolving back into the ocean of your awareness. Imagine an emotion like anger. When you cling to anger, repeating the story, replaying the insult, justifying your reaction, the anger grows and you become identified with it. But when you practice non-attachment, you see anger as a visitor. You do not exile it, but you do not worship it either. You allow the sensations to rise in your body, you breathe through them, and you watch them fade naturally. You are not pushing away the emotion. You are simply not clinging to it. And in that space of non-clinging, anger loses its power. Non-attachment is not coldness. It is clarity. It allows you to distinguish between love and need, between preference and demand, between hope and expectation. When you cling, you say, this must go my way. When you practice non-attachment, you say, I will do my best, and I will let life unfold. This shift can transform your daily experiences. When someone criticizes you, instead of clinging to defensiveness, you can breathe and see the truth or untruth in their words without collapsing. When plans fall apart, instead of clinging to frustration, you can adjust with grace. When opportunities arise, you can embrace them without fear of losing them. When relationships change, you can grieve, but also accept knowing that change is not a betrayal, but a law of life. Non-attachment also opens the door to gratitude. You begin to appreciate moments because you know they are temporary. You begin to cherish people because you know they are precious and impermanent. You begin to savor experiences because you no longer demand that they last forever. Gratitude becomes natural because you no longer treat any moment as guaranteed. One of the most powerful insights of non-attachment is this: you cannot lose what was never yours to keep. You can only experience it while it is here. This does not diminish life, it enriches it. It makes every moment more vivid, every relationship more sacred, every breath more meaningful. Practicing non-attachment does not require dramatic actions. It begins with small shifts in awareness. Notice when you are trying to control someone else. Notice when you fear losing something. Notice when you replay the past or demand the future. Notice when an emotion takes hold as if it were absolute truth. Notice when you grasp its certainty where none can exist. In those moments, breathe. Soften your grip. Ask yourself, can I hold this more gently? Often the answer is yes. Over time, non-attachment becomes a way of living, a peaceful, spacious way of being in the world. You become more adaptable, more patient, more compassionate. You suffer less because you stop holding life hostage to your expectations. You love more because your love is no longer weighed down by fear. Let this truth settle into your heart. Non-attachment is not the absence of connection. It is the presence of freedom. And it is within this freedom that the heart discovers its true strength. There is a peculiar irony in the human experience. While life unfolds only in the present moment, most of us spend our days wandering anywhere but here. The mind drifts endlessly, replaying the past, predicting the future, imagining scenarios that may never occur, worrying about possibilities that may never arise. And so, even though our bodies live in the present, our attention is rarely here. We become strangers in our own lives, spectators of moments we never fully inhabit. Yet the Buddha taught that liberation is found not in the past, not in the future, but in the simplicity and immediacy of this very moment. When the mind returns to the present suffering lessons, when the mind becomes fully attentive to what is happening right now, clarity emerges. The present moment is not an idea. It is a doorway, the only doorway to peace. To live in the present is not to deny the past or ignore the future. It is to understand that life can only be experienced directly in this breath, this step, this sensation. The past can be remembered, the future can be imagined, but only the present can be lived. And when we learn to return to the here and now, even for a few seconds at a time, we begin to reclaim a life we have long been separated from. Consider for a moment how your attention moves throughout your day. You wake up, but instead of feeling the softness of the morning, or noticing the breath that has carried you safely through the night, your mind might leap immediately to tasks, responsibilities, or unresolved problems. You eat breakfast while thinking about the hours ahead. You walk to the next room unaware of how your feet carry you. Conversations happen, but you are half listening, half drifting. Entire days pass, like this lived, but not truly experienced. This drifting mind creates stress. When you dwell in the past, regrets and resentments arise. When you chase the future, worry and fear arise. The more the mind leaves the present, the more fragile you feel. Emotional turbulence is often not caused by what is happening now, but by what the mind is imagining. Returning to the present moment is like returning to solid ground. It is where life becomes real again. It is where emotions soften. It is where fear dissolves. It is where understanding begins. It is where the heart remembers its natural rhythm. One of the simplest ways to return to the present is through mindful breathing. The breath is always happening here, never in the past or future. When you focus on the sensation of air entering and leaving your body, the wandering mind begins to settle. Even a single mindful breath can anchor you back into yourself. Another gateway into the present is the body. The body does not know how to live in the past or future. It only exists here. When you bring awareness to your posture, your muscles, the feeling of your feet on the ground, you re-enter the present moment instantly. From this groundedness, emotional reactivity softens because you are no longer lost in imagined scenarios. Stillness also reveals a powerful truth. The present moment is never as overwhelming as the mind anticipates. If you examine your experience right now, the actual physical sensations of this moment, you may find that it is manageable. It is the thoughts about the moment that create fear and suffering. When you remain present, the storm is often much smaller than it seemed from a distance. Living in the present also transforms relationships. When you are truly present with another person, you listen without interruption. You feel their words rather than simply hearing them. You notice their expressions, their emotions, their pauses. Presence becomes a form of love, a way of saying, "I am here with you." This kind of presence nourishes connection more deeply than any advice or solution could. Presence also changes how you respond to conflict. When someone's words trigger you, the mind instinctively wants to react, to defend, to attack, to justify. But if you can remain present long enough to feel your breath and the sensations in your body, there is a moment of space. In that space, you can choose a wiser response. The present moment gives you a choice that emotional reactivity steals. But presence is not limited to times of difficulty. It allows you to savor the ordinary joys that often go unnoticed. The aroma of tea, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of rain, the quiet between breaths. These simple experiences, when fully seen, become nourishment for the heart. Life becomes richer, not because circumstances change, but because your awareness deepens. Many people avoid the present because they fear what they will find there: unresolved emotions, old wounds, discomfort. But the present moment does not create these feelings. It simply reveals them. And only what is revealed can be healed. Returning to the present is an act of courage, the courage to meet yourself honestly. There is also a subtle but profound shift that occurs when you practice presence consistently. You begin to realize that thoughts are not reality. They are events in the mind, not truths. They are like clouds passing through the sky, sometimes dark and heavy, sometimes light and drifting, but always changing. When you live in the present, you stop believing every thought that arises. You learn to see thoughts as thoughts. This simple recognition frees you from being controlled by them. Presence also heals loneliness. Loneliness is not always the absence of people. It is often the absence of presence. When you are disconnected from yourself, even a crowded room feels empty. But when you return to the present, when you reconnect with your own breath, your own body, your own being, you feel accompanied. You remember that you are here alive, breathing, capable of meeting life fully. A profound stillness exists under the surface of every moment. Even in chaos, even in noise, even in uncertainty, there is a quiet undercurrent of peace. This peace is not created by perfect circumstances. It is discovered through presence. It is always available, waiting beneath the layers of distraction. The more you return to the present, the more this peace becomes familiar, accessible, and trustworthy. To cultivate presence, start with small practices throughout your day. When you wake up, take one conscious breath before moving. When you drink water, truly taste it. When you walk, feel the ground under your feet. When emotions arise, pause and breathe. When thoughts race, observe them without chasing. When you speak with someone, offer your full attention. Presence grows through repetition. The mind learns to return again and again, just as a bird returns to its nest at dusk. Eventually, the present moment becomes your home, not a temporary practice, but a way of living. You begin to meet life with more clarity, more patience, more compassion. You suffer less because you no longer argue with what is happening. You find joy more easily because you are awake to the small moments that were once overlooked. The present moment is not just a spiritual ideal, it is a refuge, a place of grounding, a place of healing, a place where wisdom becomes possible. When you rest in the present, even briefly, you are touching the same stillness. The Buddha touched the same awareness that has always been within you. Let yourself return to this moment gently, with curiosity, with kindness. This is where your life is waiting for you. There is a gateway into emotional freedom that is so simple, so close, so intimate, that most people overlook it entirely. It is with you from the moment you are born until the moment your life ends. It rises and falls without effort. It steadies you in crisis and supports you in silence. This gateway is your breath. In the Buddha's teaching, the breath is not just a biological function. It is a bridge between body and mind, a thread linking consciousness with the present moment. When emotions surge, when anger burns, sadness weighs heavy, fear tightens the chest, the breath is the first thing to change. It becomes shallow, fast, uncertain. And yet the breath is also the first thing that can bring you back. It can invite clarity into confusion, calm into chaos, courage into fear. Learning to breathe consciously is one of the most powerful skills for emotional mastery. It sounds simple, too simple perhaps, but simplicity is where truth often hides. When you control your breath, you influence your nervous system, your thoughts, your reactions, and the entire landscape of your inner world. To understand how breath shapes emotion, imagine a moment of sudden fear. Your breath becomes sharp and short. Your heart races. Your muscles tighten. This is your body preparing for danger, even if the danger exists only in your thoughts. Now imagine a moment of genuine peace. Your breath slows. It becomes deep and steady. Every part of your body softens. The breath does not merely reflect your emotional state, it creates it. This means something incredible. Even if your mind is overwhelmed, you can guide your emotions by returning to the breath. You can interrupt the chain reaction that leads from worry to panic, from irritation to anger, from sadness to despair. You can steady the inner waters before they turn into a storm. The Buddha emphasized awareness of breathing anapanasati as a complete practice in itself because it trains stability, clarity, and presence. Through the breath, the mind learns how to rest. Begin by noticing your breath, not changing it, not forcing it, just observing. Notice how air enters your body, moves through your chest, fills your belly. Notice how it leaves gently or unevenly. By observing without judgment, you create space between stimulus and reaction. This space is where wisdom begins. Once you become familiar with observing the breath, you can begin shaping it. One powerful technique is slow, deep breathing. Inhaling through the nose, letting the chest expand, and exhaling slowly through the mouth or nose. This type of breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's natural calming response. Within moments, the heart rate slows, tension eases, and the mind becomes more grounded. Imagine a difficult conversation. Someone says something hurtful or unexpected. Your body responds immediately. Heat rises, muscles contract. If you respond while caught in this physical reaction, your words will come from fear or pain, not clarity. But if you take even a single slow breath, everything begins to shift. The breath gives you a moment of choice, a moment to step out of instinct and into intention. Another practice is the 4-7-8 breath. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 7, exhale for 8. This extended exhalation deeply relaxes the nervous system. It is particularly helpful during anxiety, restlessness, or when trying to sleep. You are not forcing calm. You are inviting it gently through the rhythm of your breath. There is also the simple but powerful technique of rhythmic breathing, inhaling for a count of 5, exhaling for 5. This creates balance in the body and mind, making it useful during stressful situations where you need clarity without sedation. It resets the emotional state back to neutral. Breathwork is not limited to formal practice. It can be integrated into your daily life. When you feel impatience rising in a long line, breathe slowly and consciously. When sadness tightens your throat, breathe into the space behind your heart. When anger tenses your jaw, breathe into your belly. When fear contracts your body, breathe into your feet, grounding yourself. Every mindful breath becomes a gentle act of returning to your center. One of the deepest teachings about breath is that it mirrors impermanence. Every inhalation is new. Every exhalation is surrender. Each breath arrives and departs, teaching you without words how to receive life and how to let go. When you breathe with awareness, you are practicing acceptance. You are learning the art of allowing things to come and go without clinging or resisting. Breath also reveals truth. When you are honest with yourself, your breath deepens. When you deny your emotions, the breath becomes shallow. When you are present, the breath is steady. When you are lost in thought, the breath becomes irregular. Your breath is a living reflection of your state of being. By listening to your breath, you learn to listen to your heart. In moments of confusion, the breath brings clarity. In moments of fear, the breath brings courage. In moments of anger, the breath brings softness. In moments of sadness, the breath brings space. In moments of overwhelm, the breath brings grounding. The breath teaches you that you are not helpless. You are not trapped by your emotions. You are not at the mercy of your thoughts. You always have a place to return to a quiet, steady rhythm inside your own body. As the breath becomes your companion, you begin to recognize a subtle shift. You no longer wait for emotions to drown you before seeking calm. You learn to sense them early, the slight tightening, the subtle quickening, and you breathe into them before they grow. You learn to soothe yourself, to regulate yourself, to be present with yourself in ways you may never have been taught. Over time, breath awareness weaves itself into your daily life until it becomes natural. You breathe mindfully when speaking. You breathe mindfully when listening. You breathe mindfully when walking, cooking, resting. Mindful breathing becomes a quiet current beneath every moment, helping you remain steady through uncertainty. Eventually, a deeper insight emerges. The breath is not something you control. It is something you cooperate with. It is a partner. It is a teacher. It is a living reminder that peace is not somewhere outside you waiting to be found. Peace is within you waiting to be remembered. If meditation is the stillness of the mountain, the breath is the wind that moves across its surface, sometimes strong, sometimes gentle, always changing, always guiding. When you learn to breathe with awareness, you learn to live with awareness. And when you live with awareness, emotional mastery becomes not a struggle, but a natural unfolding. Let this truth settle in your heart. Every mindful breath is a step toward freedom. Freedom from reactivity. Freedom from chaos. Freedom from the illusions of the mind. Freedom to meet each moment with clarity and compassion. Your breath is always with you. It is your anchor, your refuge, your home. There is a quiet turning point on the path of emotional mastery, a moment when you realize that understanding your emotions is not enough. You must also understand yourself, not the self shaped by opinions or roles, not the self defined by success or failure, but the living, breathing inner landscape that moves beneath every thought, every reaction, every desire. This understanding is called self-awareness, and in the Buddhist tradition, it is the foundation upon which wisdom is built. Most people believe they know themselves, yet what they truly know is often only a collection of labels. I am a calm person. I am an anxious person. I am someone who gets angry easily. I am someone who avoids conflict. These labels feel solid, but they are not the full truth. They are shadows created by past experiences, habits, and conditioning. True self-awareness is deeper than personality. It is seeing your inner world clearly, without distortion, without denial, without fear. Self-awareness means looking directly at the movements of your mind and heart, observing how thoughts arise, how emotions unfold, how reactions take shape. It means noticing your triggers, your patterns, your impulses, your vulnerabilities, not to judge them, but to understand them. When you understand yourself, you become free from the unconscious forces that rule your life. You no longer react out of habit. You no longer repeat old cycles unknowingly. You no longer become lost in emotions simply because you cannot see where they come from. Self-awareness begins with honest observation. There is a gentleness required here, a willingness to face even the uncomfortable parts of yourself with compassion. The Buddha taught that awareness is like a lamp carried into a dark room. It does not argue with the darkness. It does not shame it. It simply illuminates. Whatever is illuminated can be understood, and whatever is understood can be transformed. One of the most powerful tools for building self-awareness is mindful reflection, taking time each day to look within. This reflection is not about overthinking or analyzing endlessly. It is about noticing. When something triggers you, a harsh word, a dismissal, a mistake, a disappointment, pause and ask, what is really happening inside me? You may find that anger hides insecurity, that sadness hides longing, that defensiveness hides fear, that impatience hides exhaustion. Emotions rarely appear in their pure form. They are often masks for something deeper. Self-awareness also grows through observing your body. The body reveals truths the mind often hides. When you feel stressed, where does the tension appear? The jaw, the stomach, the shoulders. When you feel joy, where does the warmth settle? The chest, the face. When you feel fear, how does your breath change? How does your posture shift? The body speaks honestly. By listening to it, you learn the language of your emotions. Another doorway into self-awareness is recognizing your stories, the narratives your mind repeats about who you are and how the world works. These stories often arise in subtle forms. I'm not good enough. I must please others. People always leave. I have to be strong. If I fail, I am worthless. I have to control everything. These narratives shape your emotions and reactions more than you realize. When you become aware of your stories, you gain the ability to question them. Are they true? Are they helpful? Did they arise from wisdom or from old wounds? Self-awareness also invites you to become familiar with your emotional patterns. Every person has emotional habits, predictable reactions that arise again and again. Some people shut down when hurt. Some lash out. Some cling. Some run away. Some pretend nothing is wrong. Some distract themselves. These patterns are not flaws. They are adaptations the mind created to protect you. But when you become aware of them, you can choose a different response. You can evolve. Journaling is another powerful practice for self-awareness. When you write down your thoughts and emotions, you make the invisible visible. You can see what you were feeling, what triggered you, what beliefs were activated. Over time, patterns emerge. You begin to understand not just what you feel, but why you feel it. Journaling becomes a mirror, honest, unfiltered, revealing. Self-awareness is not always comfortable. It requires courage to face your own mind, to see your shadows as well as your light. But the Buddha taught that knowing yourself is not a punishment. It is liberation. When you stop running from your inner world, the fear of it disappears. When you stop judging yourself, you begin to heal. When you stop pretending to be someone else, you return to your natural authenticity. This authenticity brings emotional stability. When you know what triggers you, you are less likely to be blindsided by your emotions. When you understand your deeper needs, you stop seeking fulfillment in the wrong places. When you are aware of your boundaries, you protect your peace more wisely. When you are aware of your values, you make choices that align with your true self. Self-awareness is also essential for compassion. When you understand your own pain, you understand the pain of others more deeply. When you see your own patterns, you become more patient with the patterns of others. When you recognize your own inner struggles, you speak more gently. You react less harshly. You forgive more easily. Self-awareness dissolves the illusion of separation. It reveals that all beings share the same fears, the same longings, the same hopes. Perhaps the most profound aspect of self-awareness is this: it allows you to see that you are not as fixed as you once believed. The emotions that overwhelm you today may not overwhelm you in the future. The patterns that shape you now can dissolve. The stories you carry can be rewritten. The parts of yourself you once avoided can become sources of wisdom. You are not a static being. You are a fluid, evolving field of experiences. Self-awareness becomes the ground upon which transformation takes place. It is the soil in which clarity grows, the foundation upon which freedom is built. Without self-awareness, emotional mastery is impossible. With it, emotional mastery becomes natural. As you cultivate self-awareness, remember to walk gently. Do not force insights. Do not judge what you find. Let the mind reveal itself slowly, like a flower opening to the sun. Trust that everything you discover, even the difficult parts, is a step toward liberation. Let this truth echo within you. You cannot free what you cannot see. And when you finally see yourself clearly, not as the world has shaped you, but as you truly are, spacious, aware, capable of profound transformation, a new kind of freedom begins to unfold. There is a quiet force in the human heart that, when cultivated, becomes one of the greatest protectors of emotional peace. It is not dramatic. It is not loud. It does not draw attention to itself, and yet it is the key to surviving the storms of life with dignity and clarity. This force is patience. Patience is often misunderstood as passivity, as waiting helplessly doing nothing while life unfolds against your wishes. But in Buddhist wisdom, patience is not weakness. It is a form of inner strength. It is the ability to remain steady in the face of discomfort, uncertainty, or delay. It is the willingness to allow things to unfold in their natural time, without forcing, without resisting, without collapsing. Patience is serenity in motion. At the core of patience is acceptance, not resignation, but a gentle recognition of reality. Reality is not always what we want it to be. People do not always behave as we expect. Life does not move according to our preferred timelines. Our own growth does not happen as quickly as our minds demand. The world will not shape itself around our desires. When we fight this truth, we suffer. But when we learn to move with it, a quiet peace begins to settle inside us. Patience is especially powerful when dealing with emotions. Many people experience frustration, not because their emotions are painful, but because they want them to disappear immediately. They want sadness gone instantly. They want anger resolved within seconds. They want anxiety to vanish on command. But emotions do not obey orders. They rise in their own time and fade in their own time. Impatience with your emotions only feeds them. The Buddha taught that emotions are like storms. They come and go. You cannot control when they arise, but you can learn how to stand through them without losing yourself. Patience with your emotions is an act of compassion, the willingness to give your heart the time it needs to process, to release, to heal. Imagine a seed planted in the soil. You cannot demand that it sprout tomorrow. You cannot yell at it to grow faster. You cannot pull it up by the stem to force progress without killing it. Growth has a rhythm. It has an intelligence. It requires time. The same is true of healing. The same is true of emotional transformation. The same is true of becoming the person you wish to be. Patience teaches you to honor the pace of your own unfolding. One of the most misunderstood aspects of spiritual growth is this belief I should be better by now. People think I should not get angry anymore. I should not feel insecure. I should not be jealous. I should not fear change. But these shoulds are not wisdom. They are pressure. They are self-judgment disguised as progress. Patience invites you to soften these expectations. It says, you are growing even when you cannot see it. Healing is happening even when it feels slow. Patience also transforms your relationships. Much of interpersonal conflict comes from impatience, the desire for others to understand, quickly change, quickly, apologize quickly, respond quickly, mature quickly. But human beings unfold at different speeds. Some learn slowly. Some repeat mistakes. Some speak before thinking. Some need more time to heal, to understand, to grow. When you approach others with impatience, relationships harden, but when you hold space for their humanity, relationships soften. In Buddhist teachings, patience is considered one of the perfections qualities that lead to liberation. It does not mean staying silent in the face of harm or tolerating injustice. It means responding with wisdom rather than reactivity. It means acting from clarity rather than anger. Patience gives you time to see the situation for what it truly is, rather than through the distortion of immediate emotion. Patience also protects you from the illusions of urgency. The modern world pushes an idea of constant speed, fast answers, fast success, fast healing, fast change. We are taught to believe that anything slow is a failure, but nothing deep or meaningful unfolds quickly. Strong relationships take time. Inner peace takes time. Skill takes time. Understanding takes time. Wisdom takes time. Rushing through your own becoming is like trying to force open a flower before it is ready. You damage the petals. You distort its shape. You deny its natural beauty. Instead, patience teaches you to trust the invisible processes happening beneath the surface, the slow shifts, the quiet insights, the subtle transformations that are not visible yet, but are unfolding nonetheless. Patience is an act of faith in your own journey. In practical daily life, patience begins with awareness. Notice when impatience arises, the tapping foot, the tight jaw, the racing thoughts, the irritation bubbling beneath your ribs. These are signals, messages from your body, telling you that the mind is struggling with reality. When you notice these signs, pause, breathe, acknowledge the discomfort. Ask yourself, what am I unwilling to allow? Often impatience reveals attachment to outcomes, to timelines, to control. The moment you recognize this, you create space. You interrupt the automatic reaction and return to presence. From this space, you can choose a kinder response. Patience is not something you force. It is something you practice gently, moment by moment. You can cultivate patience with small daily rituals. When standing in line, instead of reaching for distraction, feel your breath. When stuck in traffic, instead of simmering in frustration, observe the sensations in your body. When waiting for someone to reply, notice the thoughts that arise. These are opportunities to train your mind in equanimity. Another powerful practice is reflecting on impermanence. Everything changes. Everything passes. Whatever you are waiting for will unfold in time. Whatever discomfort you feel will soften. Whatever emotion is rising will eventually dissolve. Remembering impermanence weakens impatience. It reminds you that the present moment, even if uncomfortable, is temporary. Patience also grows through compassion. When you recognize your own struggles to change, you become more patient with others' struggles. When you understand your own wounds, you become slower to judge. When you acknowledge your own pace, you release the urge to push others beyond theirs. Over time, you may notice a beautiful shift. Patience becomes not something you do, but something you are. It becomes a quiet presence within you, stable, grounded, spacious. Challenges no longer shake you so easily. Delays no longer frustrate you so deeply. Emotional storms no longer sweep you away. You become a person who moves through the world with steady steps, a calm voice, a gentle heart. Patience does not remove difficulties from life. It transforms your relationship to them. Instead of reacting from fear, you respond from wisdom. Instead of tightening, you soften. Instead of rushing, you breathe. Instead of fighting reality, you flow with it. Let this truth take root within you. Nothing in nature blooms all year, and yet nothing remains barren forever. You too are unfolding in your own time. There is a kind of suffering that we carry without even realizing it, a heaviness that grows slowly, almost invisibly, over months or years. It comes from attachment to people, to expectations, to roles, to memories, to identities, to outcomes we believe must happen in order for us to feel safe, valued, or whole. This attachment is subtle. It does not always feel like clinging. Sometimes it feels like devotion. Sometimes it feels like responsibility. Sometimes it feels like love. But attachment is different from love. Love is spacious. Attachment is tight. Love allows. Attachment demands. Love is like an open hand. Attachment is a closed fist. And the Buddha taught that much of human suffering arises from this grasping, the attempt to hold on to what cannot stay, to control what cannot be controlled, to freeze what is always moving. Learning to let go is one of the most powerful emotional skills you can ever develop. It is not an act of abandonment. It is an act of clarity. Letting go does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop trying to force life into a shape that contradicts its nature. It means you stop carrying burdens that were never yours to bear. It means you trust the unfolding of your own path and the paths of those you love. Most people imagine letting go as something dramatic, releasing a relationship, quitting a job, changing everything at once. But in Buddhist wisdom, letting go is far more subtle. It is an inner shift, a transformation that happens quietly in the heart. It is the loosening of mental knots, the softening of emotional grip, the willingness to stop fighting reality. Letting go begins with recognizing where you are holding too tightly. Sometimes we cling to people not because we love them, but because we fear being alone, or we fear change. Sometimes we cling to old hurts, replaying them again and again, believing that holding on to pain will protect us from future harm. Sometimes we cling to identities. I am this kind of person. I must live this kind of life, even when those identities no longer reflect who we have become. Sometimes we cling to expectations, believing that if life does not unfold exactly as we imagined, something is wrong. But clinging is like tying a rope around your own heart and pulling. The tighter you hold, the more you hurt. Letting go, on the other hand, allows the heart to breathe. It allows joy to return. It allows clarity to rise. It allows space for new experiences, new insights, new ways of being. To let go, you must first see clearly. The Buddha called this right view, seeing things as they truly are, not as your fears or desires want them to be. This clarity often begins with a simple question. What am I afraid will happen if I let go? You may find answers like, I'm afraid they won't love me anymore. I'm afraid of being misunderstood. I'm afraid of losing control. I'm afraid of uncertainty. I'm afraid of who I might be without this identity. I'm afraid of change. These fears are deeply human. Acknowledging them is the first step toward freedom. Letting go does not ask you to eliminate fear, but to stop letting fear guide your decisions. One of the most powerful practices for letting go is acceptance, not as resignation, but as recognition. Acceptance means saying, this is what is happening right now. I don't have to like it, but I will face it with clarity. Acceptance softens resistance, and with less resistance, letting go becomes possible. You cannot let go of something you are still fighting. Acceptance does not mean condoning harmful behavior or giving up on your aspirations. It means seeing reality clearly so you can respond wisely. When you accept life as it is, you stop trying to control what is uncontrollable, and you begin focusing on what you can influence: your choices, your boundaries, your actions, your inner state. Another powerful practice is recognizing the impermanence of everything. Nothing you cling to, not even your deepest attachments, can remain unchanged. People evolve, circumstances shift, opportunities appear and disappear. Even your own mind transforms moment by moment. Letting go is not a betrayal of permanence. It is an alignment with truth. If you observe the natural world, you will notice that nothing resists change. Trees shed leaves without regret. Rivers change course without hesitation. Clouds dissolve without clinging to their shape. Nature understands letting go intuitively. We are the ones who struggle. Sometimes letting go means grieving. It means allowing yourself to feel the sadness, the longing, the disappointment that accompanies change. Many people avoid letting go because they fear this grief. But grief is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of love. It means something mattered. It means you cared. When you allow yourself to grieve gently and fully, the heart begins to heal. Letting go also means releasing expectations, especially expectations about how others should behave. You cannot control the thoughts, choices, maturity, or growth of another person. You can love them, support them, set boundaries with them, but their path is their own. When you stop expecting others to meet needs they cannot fulfill, you make space for healthier, more authentic relationships. Another dimension of letting go is releasing the past. The mind tends to replay old wounds, old mistakes, old conversations, old failures. These memories surface not because they are relevant, but because the mind is searching for closure. But replaying the past is not the same as resolving it. True resolution comes from understanding what happened, learning from it, and gently placing it down. You cannot rewrite the past. You can only choose how much space it occupies in your heart. Letting go also relates to the future. The imagined scenarios you cling to, the plans you insist must happen, the fears that pull your attention away from the present. The future is a landscape made of dreams and projections. Letting go does not mean abandoning your goals. It means releasing the belief that your happiness depends on a specific outcome. It means allowing life to surprise you. A profound aspect of letting go is releasing the illusion of control. Human beings crave control because it gives the illusion of safety. But life is not under our command. We can influence our actions, but not results. We can cultivate relationships, but not control their unfolding. We can prepare, plan, organize, yet life moves according to causes and conditions far beyond our reach. Letting go means replacing control with trust. Trust in your own resilience. Trust in your ability to respond wisely. Trust in the natural unfolding of the path. Trust that what is meant for you will arrive. Trust that what leaves your life has fulfilled its purpose. Letting go does not diminish life. It deepens it. When you let go, you become more present, more alive, more attuned to what is real. You experience love more freely because you are no longer grasping. You navigate emotions more gracefully because you are not resisting them. You welcome change more peacefully because you are not fighting it. Let this truth settle softly in your heart. Letting go is not losing. Letting go is choosing peace. It is choosing to unclench the fist of your heart, to breathe, to open, to allow life to move through you without breaking you. There is a gentle truth that quietly transforms those who embrace it. Gratitude is not a reaction, it is a way of seeing. It is not something reserved for rare moments of joy. It is a lens through which the world begins to soften, the heart begins to open, and the mind begins to recognize the quiet abundance woven into every moment of life. Most people only feel gratitude when circumstances align perfectly, when something good happens, when a wish is fulfilled, when life offers comfort or beauty. But the Buddha taught that gratitude is not meant to depend on conditions. It is meant to arise naturally when the heart becomes still enough to see clearly. Gratitude is clarity. Gratitude is presence. Gratitude is the recognition of what has always been here. In the rush of life, we often overlook what sustains us. We overlook the breath that carries us through each moment. We overlook the body that works tirelessly on our behalf, the heart beating without instruction, the lungs expanding without effort, the senses bringing us the world in fragments of sound, color, and touch. We overlook the kindness of strangers, the stability of the earth beneath our feet, the food that nourishes us, the people who have shaped us, the teachings that guide us. Gratitude is the art of remembering. It is an invitation to pause, to soften the mind's tendency to focus on what is missing and to turn toward what is already here, often quiet, often simple, but always precious. Gratitude begins with awareness, noticing what is present, noticing what is working rather than what is broken, noticing what brings warmth rather than what brings disappointment. The mind has a habit of scanning for problems, a survival instinct as old as human history. But gratitude retrains the mind to see goodness not as a denial of difficulty, but as a balance to it. Consider this: in every challenging day there are still moments of beauty. A breath that steadies you, a smile from someone you love, the warmth of tea in your hands, a brief silence that gives your heart room to rest. Gratitude turns these ordinary moments into treasures. To cultivate gratitude, begin with small reflections. Each morning before moving into the noise of the day, place a hand on your heart and quietly ask yourself, what is here today that supports me? It might be your home. It might be your health. It might be a friend. It might be a memory. It might simply be the rising sun. Gratitude often begins small, but it expands with practice. One of the most powerful gratitude practices in Buddhism is recognizing the interdependence of all things. Nothing in your life exists independently. Every meal you eat is the result of countless hands: farmers, workers, drivers, cooks, the rain, the soil, the sun. Every object you use was created through effort you will never see. Even your breath depends on trees, oceans, and the entire ecosystem of the world. When you begin to see the vast network of support that makes your life possible, gratitude becomes natural, even humbling. Gratitude also changes relationships. Many conflicts arise not from lack of love, but from lack of appreciation. When we take people for granted, we stop seeing their efforts, their intentions, their humanity. But when we practice gratitude, we become more attentive. We speak more gently. We acknowledge the small kindnesses we once overlooked. A simple thank you can heal wounds, soften tension, and awaken connection. Gratitude is equally important in your relationship with yourself. Many people speak to themselves with harshness, focusing only on failures or shortcomings. But consider how much you have survived. Consider the courage it took to rise from past pain. Consider the strength it took to endure loss, disappointment, or fear. Consider how you have grown slowly, quietly, even without noticing. Gratitude toward yourself is not arrogance. It is recognition. It is saying, I see my effort. I see my resilience. I see the ways I kept going. This form of gratitude heals the inner wounds created by years of self-criticism. But what about moments of suffering? Can gratitude exist there? The Buddha taught that even suffering contains seeds of wisdom. Gratitude does not ask you to celebrate pain. It asks you to acknowledge what pain reveals. A difficult emotion may reveal what matters to you. A failure may reveal a new direction. A loss may reveal the depth of your capacity to love. A disappointment may reveal the expectations that once imprisoned you. Gratitude in suffering is not forced positivity. It is the recognition that even hardship can be a teacher. that even moments of darkness contain subtle forms of support, a friend who listens, a lesson that deepens your understanding, a clarity that was hidden before. To practice gratitude during emotional storms, place your hand on your heart and ask, "What is still here for me in this moment?" It may be your breath, it may be your strength, it may be the space to feel, it may be the simple fact that you are still alive. This small shift from lack to presence can soften even intense emotions. Gratitude also alters the way we pursue goals. When you are consumed by desire, by what you do not have, yet life feels like a constant race. But when gratitude grounds you, ambition becomes more peaceful. You still work toward your dreams, but you are not driven by emptiness. You are driven by appreciation, by clarity, by joy. Gratitude reveals that you are already whole. Your goals simply become expressions of your potential, not attempts to fill a void. One of the most transformative aspects of gratitude is how it strengthens emotional resilience. A grateful heart can endure difficulty without collapsing. It can feel grief without losing hope. It can face uncertainty without panic. Gratitude acts like an anchor, steadying the mind, grounding the body, calming the nervous system. When you practice gratitude consistently, your emotional storms become less violent, less overwhelming. You begin to trust more, resist less, flow more easily. Gratitude is not a task. It is a relationship with life itself. It grows through practice like a flame that becomes stronger the more you nourish it. Start small. Appreciate the breath. Appreciate the warmth of your body. Appreciate the people who have shaped you. Appreciate the moments that soften your heart. Appreciate the chance to begin again each morning. Over time, gratitude becomes a constant companion. Not loud, not dramatic, but steady, present, gentle. It reminds you that even in a world of uncertainty, you are supported. You are connected. You are alive. Let this truth linger within you. Gratitude does not change your circumstances. It changes the one who experiences them. And when the one who experiences life changes, life itself changes. There is a quiet tension woven into modern life, a subtle but persistent restlessness that whispers, more. You need more. More comfort, more approval, more success, more possessions, more recognition, more certainty. This whisper can be so constant, so familiar, that we begin to mistake it for truth. But the Buddha taught that this endless wanting is not a sign of abundance. It is a sign of discontent. And the path to peace is not found in satisfying every desire, but in transforming our relationship with desire itself. To reduce desire does not mean rejecting life or denying beauty or living without joy. It means understanding the nature of desire, how it arises, how it seduces the mind, and how it quietly binds the heart to suffering. It means recognizing when desire becomes craving, when it turns from a gentle preference into an insistent demand that narrows your world and clouds your clarity. Desire is natural. Craving is bondage. The Buddha described craving as a fire, a flame that consumes without ever being satisfied. Even when a desire is fulfilled, the satisfaction is temporary. Soon, the mind wants something else, or more of the same, or a better version of what it just received. This cycle repeats endlessly, creating a sense of perpetual lack. But when you learn to reduce desire, not suppress it, but soften it, the fire cools. The mind becomes lighter. The heart becomes clearer. Reducing desire begins with awareness. Notice how desire arises in your daily life, not as an enemy, but as a movement of the mind, a longing for comfort, a wish for praise, a craving for certainty, a need for validation, a hunger for control. When desire arises, ask yourself, is this a need or an impulse? Is this desire rooted in wisdom or in restlessness? Will fulfilling it create peace or further craving? This simple act of inquiry opens a space between you and your impulses. In that space, freedom begins. One of the most transformative insights in Buddhist wisdom is this: the intensity of desire is not a measure of importance. Something can feel urgent and still be unnecessary. Something can feel tempting and still be unwholesome. Something can feel incomplete and still be enough. To reduce desire, you must gently shift your focus from what is missing to what is already present. This shift is not the same as gratitude, though they are related. It is about training the mind to engage with reality instead of fantasy, with sufficiency instead of scarcity. Look around your life. Much of what you once longed for, you now have. And yet, desire continues its chase. This alone reveals the truth. Fulfilling desire does not end desire. It feeds it. Only understanding its nature liberates you from its pull. There are several practical ways to reduce desire in daily life. The first is simplification, not as deprivation, but as clarity. When your environment is uncluttered, your mind becomes less reactive. When your schedule is spacious, your heart becomes less anxious. When your obligations are aligned with your values, your desires become more honest. Simplification does not mean having less. It means carrying less. Another practice is contentment, or santosa in ancient teachings. Contentment is the art of resting in what you already have, what you already are, where you already stand. It is not stagnation, it is nourishment. Contentment says, "This moment is enough to meet even as you continue to grow." Contentment dissolves the illusion that happiness exists somewhere else in some other version of yourself. Reducing desire also means reducing comparison. Comparison is a powerful generator of craving. When you measure your life through the lens of others, the mind becomes restless, distorted, hungry. But when you return to your own path, your own timing, your own growth, your own truth, desire begins to settle. You remember that each person's journey is unique and that nothing meaningful grows faster by comparison. Another dimension of reducing desire is recognizing the suffering created by expectations. When you expect a relationship to fulfill all your needs, desire intensifies. When you expect life to always unfold according to your plans, desire becomes rigid. When you expect perfection from yourself, desire becomes punishment. Releasing unrealistic expectations does not mean lowering your standards. It means aligning them with reality, which brings peace. To reduce desire, you can also practice mindful presence. Desire is almost always about the future, about what you want, but do not have yet. Presence anchors you in the now. When you breathe, when you feel your body, when you listen deeply, desire loses its grip. It cannot survive in the immediacy of awareness. Another profound practice is reflecting on impermanence. Everything you desire, even what you achieve, will eventually change. Beauty changes. Success shifts. Possessions decay. Praise fades. If you tie your peace to these transient conditions, you tie your peace to instability. But when you understand impermanence deeply, your heart naturally loosens its grip. Reducing desire also means reducing the belief that something outside of you must change in order for you to be at peace. This belief is the root of many emotional storms. When you believe "I will be happy when," you place your well-being in the hands of conditions you cannot control. This is suffering. But when you learn to cultivate peace within through mindfulness, patience, compassion, and clarity, your happiness becomes independent of external circumstances. Still, reducing desire is not about denying your human needs or suppressing your dreams. In fact, when desire softens, your genuine aspirations become clearer. You begin to want things not from insecurity, but from authenticity. You pursue goals not out of desperation, but from wisdom. You form relationships not to fill a void, but to share your inner richness. Reducing desire does not make you passive, it makes you free. There is a profound emotional liberation in wanting less. When you want less, you suffer less. You worry less. You compare less. You react less. You become less entangled in the turbulence of the world. You experience more peace, more clarity, more spaciousness. The heart that wants less becomes more available for joy. Joy does not come from abundance, it comes from intimacy with the present moment. When desire quiets, the world becomes vivid again. You notice beauty in small things. You feel gratitude rise effortlessly. You engage with life more fully because you are not endlessly reaching for something else. To begin reducing desire, try this simple reflection. Is this desire coming from freedom or from fear? If it comes from fear, fear of missing out, fear of inadequacy, fear of emptiness, breathe, soften, and let the desire pass through without feeding it. If it comes from freedom, a genuine and grounded intention, pursue it with clarity and wisdom. Reducing desire is not accomplished in one day or one practice. It is a gradual unwinding of habits that have been shaped over a lifetime. Be gentle with yourself. Celebrate small moments of clarity, small moments of choosing presence over craving, small moments of realizing you already have enough. Let this truth settle in your heart. Desire says, I need more. Wisdom says, I am enough. And when you begin to trust this truth not as an idea, but as a lived experience, a deep peace begins to unfold from within. There is a profound elegance in living, simply a kind of quiet richness that emerges not from having more, but from needing less. In a world overflowing with noise, speed, and endless options, simplicity is often misunderstood as lack. But in Buddhist wisdom, simplicity is abundance. It is spaciousness. It is clarity. It is a return to what is essential, real, and nourishing. Simplicity is not about removing beauty from life. It is about removing the unnecessary so that beauty can finally be seen. When life becomes too filled, too crowded with possessions, obligations, opinions, distractions, the mind becomes restless. Restlessness is not a sign that something is missing. It is a sign that there is too much stimulation, too much noise, too much striving, too much attachment. The heart longs for quiet, not because life is empty, but because it is overflowing with what does not matter. Simplicity begins with the courage to ask yourself, what truly matters? What is essential? What brings me peace rather than pressure? This question alone can begin to clear the inner landscape. The Buddha taught that a simple life leads to a simple mind, and a simple mind is capable of deep insight. When the mind is cluttered, the heart is weighed down by countless invisible burdens, fears of losing what we own, anxiety about maintaining appearances, pressure to meet unrealistic expectations, and the endless chase of desires that promise fulfillment but deliver exhaustion. Simplicity is not just about decluttering your environment. It is about decluttering your inner world. Thoughts, beliefs, habits, resentments, these too can accumulate. These too can fill your mind with noise. A simple life is one in which you stop carrying what does not belong to you. To live simply is to walk lightly. Simplicity begins with physical space. Look around your environment. Every object in your home carries energy. Some things bring comfort, others carry memories, and others, often without your awareness, create subtle emotional weight. The practice of simplicity invites you to examine each object with honesty. Does this support my well-being? Does this bring clarity or clutter? Does this align with the life I wish to cultivate? When you remove the unnecessary, you make room for the meaningful. A quiet room, a single flower in a vase, sunlight through an open window. These simple things can touch the heart far more deeply than a room filled with distractions. Simplicity amplifies beauty. Simplicity also applies to your schedule. Many people fill their days with activities not because they are necessary, but because they fear stillness. They fear space, silence, reflection. Yet it is in silence that wisdom appears. It is in stillness that you hear your own truth. When your schedule is overcrowded, you lose the ability to listen to yourself, to others, to life. To simplify your schedule is to honor your time as sacred. Ask yourself, do I truly need to do this? Does this align with my values? Does this nourish me or drain me? Removing even one unnecessary commitment can create room for rest, creativity, connection, or simply breathing. Simplicity also means simplifying relationships, not by cutting people out, but by releasing the need to impress, perform, or uphold roles that exhaust you. When your presence becomes authentic rather than performative, your relationships deepen. You begin to value quality over quantity. You begin to understand that one genuine connection is more nourishing than 10 shallow ones. Simplicity means speaking less, but with intention. Listening more, but with presence. Loving without conditions. You do not need complex conversations to express truth. You do not need constant communication to maintain connection. You do not need elaborate expressions to convey love. The purest relationships are built on sincerity, not complexity. There is also emotional simplicity, an often overlooked but transformative practice. Emotional simplicity does not mean suppressing your feelings. It means recognizing them without creating elaborate stories around them. It means observing emotions as they arise and allowing them to pass without clinging. Most emotional suffering does not come from the emotion itself, but from the narrative the mind builds around it. For example, sadness simply arises and fades, but when the mind says, "This always happens," or "My life is falling apart," suffering grows. Anger arises naturally, but when the mind says, "They always treat me this way," anger deepens into resentment. Emotional simplicity means returning to the raw feeling without adding layers. A simple mind says, "This is sadness." A complicated mind says, "Sadness means something must be wrong." This difference alone can transform your emotional life. Simplicity also means reducing your attachment to constant stimulation. The modern world is designed to keep you distracted, endless scrolling, endless noise, endless consumption. But when you step back from these habits, you begin to rediscover the subtle joys of existence, the sound of wind, the texture of your breath, the warmth of sunlight on your skin. These simple experiences nourish the soul far more deeply than the artificial stimulation offered by screens. To cultivate simplicity, try this practice. Choose one moment each day to do nothing. No phone, no task, no goal, just presence. Sit, breathe, listen. Let the world come to you. This single moment of simplicity becomes a doorway into stillness, and stillness becomes a doorway into wisdom. Simplicity also strengthens compassion. When your life is simple, your heart is more spacious, less burdened by distractions. You have more room to care, more room to listen, more room to feel. Complexity contracts the heart. Simplicity expands it. This is why monks, nuns, and practitioners of deep spiritual paths often live with very few belongings, not because they reject life, but because simplicity gives them a clear path to serve others. A simple life does not eliminate challenges, but it gives you the clarity to face them. When your mind is not cluttered, your response to difficulty becomes wiser, calmer, more compassionate. You are not overwhelmed by unnecessary weight. You can see the heart of the situation. You can act skillfully. Simplicity also aligns you with nature. In nature, nothing is excessive. Trees grow precisely as much as they need. Rivers flow without trying to be anything else. The moon waxes and wanes without effort. Simplicity is natural. Complexity is created by the mind. When you simplify your life, you return to harmony with the natural rhythm of existence. And there is something profoundly liberating in this truth. You do not need much to live beautifully. You only need presence, intention, and a clear heart. A simple life invites you to stop running, to stop chasing, to stop accumulating, to stop performing. A simple life invites you to come home to yourself, to the present moment, to the essence of what it means to be alive. Let this wisdom settle softly within you. Simplicity is not a reduction of life. It is the refinement of life. It reveals what truly matters. It returns you to peace. There is a quiet doorway that opens only when we stop resisting reality. A doorway that leads to understanding, to emotional maturity, and ultimately to freedom. That doorway is the wisdom of suffering. Not suffering as punishment, not suffering as hopelessness, but suffering as a teacher. The Buddha called this insight dukkha, the recognition that life contains discomfort, instability, and difficulty, and that understanding this truth is the first step toward liberation. Most people spend their lives trying to avoid suffering. They push away unpleasant emotions, deny difficult truths, run from uncomfortable experiences, or numb themselves with distractions. But suffering does not disappear when ignored. It deepens, it hardens, it turns inward and becomes confusion, frustration, resentment, or despair. Buddhist wisdom offers a different approach. Do not run from suffering. Understand it. When you turn toward your suffering instead of away from it, something extraordinary happens. The pain does not necessarily vanish, but it begins to soften. It begins to speak. It begins to reveal truths about who you are, what you value, and what you must release. Suffering becomes not an enemy, but a guide. To understand suffering, we must first understand its origin. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from life itself, but from our relationship to life. Pain is unavoidable, the loss of a loved one, a disappointed hope, an unexpected change. But suffering is what the mind adds to pain. The clinging, the resistance, the refusal to accept impermanence, the desperate desire for life to be different from what it is. Suffering is not the thorn. It is the way we grip the thorn. This insight alone can transform your emotional world. When anger arises, suffering comes not from anger itself, but from the story your mind attaches to it. This shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't treat me this way. I must defend myself. When sadness arises, suffering comes not from sadness, but from the belief that sadness is wrong, or shameful, or permanent. When fear arises, suffering comes not from fear, but from the belief that fear is a sign of weakness, rather than a natural response of the human heart. Understanding suffering begins by seeing these mental constructions clearly. This is what the Buddha meant by right view, seeing things as they truly are. unfiltered by illusion, expectation, or denial. A crucial insight is this: suffering often arises from holding on to the past, holding on to identity, holding on to expectations, holding on to control, holding on to stories, holding on to who you think you must be. When we refuse to let life flow, suffering grows. But when we loosen our grip even slightly, the heart finds room to breathe. To understand suffering, we must also understand impermanence. Everything changes, everything fades, everything transforms. This truth is not meant to create despair. It is meant to dissolve the illusion of permanence that fuels attachment. When you understand impermanence deeply, you stop clinging to what cannot stay. You stop resisting what must change. You stop trying to preserve what life is gently asking you to release. In this acceptance, suffering softens. Understanding suffering also means recognizing its universality. Every being suffers. Every heart has known loss. Every life has faced hardship. Every person you pass in the street carries an invisible weight, a grief, a fear, a regret, a longing, a wound. When you recognize that suffering is not personal, but universal, compassion naturally arises. You realize that your struggles do not isolate you, they connect you. This recognition dissolves judgment, both toward yourself and others. It softens anger because you begin to see the pain beneath the behavior. It softens shame because you understand your suffering is not failure. It is part of the human experience. It softens loneliness because you realize you walk a path that every human being has walked. One of the profound teachings of Buddhism is that suffering can be transformed, not through avoidance, not through suppression, but through understanding. When you bring awareness to your suffering, you illuminate it. And when suffering is illuminated, it loses its power to trap you. It becomes workable. It becomes something you can breathe through, something you can befriend, something you can learn from. To begin transforming suffering, start with mindful observation. When a painful emotion arises, pause. Feel the sensation in your body, the tightness, the heaviness, the heat, the trembling. Notice the thoughts that accompany it, but do not become entangled in them. Treat the emotion like a visitor arriving at your door. You do not need to force it out, nor do you need to invite it to stay forever. You simply acknowledge its presence with clarity and kindness. This simple act, turning toward the emotion rather than away, begins the process of transformation. Another powerful practice is to ask yourself, what is the lesson within this suffering? This does not mean romanticizing pain or pretending everything has a positive meaning. It means recognizing that suffering often reveals truth. It reveals attachments you need to release. It reveals wounds you need to heal. It reveals boundaries you need to strengthen. It reveals desires that no longer serve you. It reveals the ways you have abandoned yourself. Suffering, when understood, becomes a teacher. Understanding suffering also deepens wisdom because it teaches you humility. It reminds you that you are not in control of everything. It reminds you that certainty is an illusion. It reminds you that life is fragile and precious. It reminds you to live with awareness, to love without hesitation, to appreciate the fleeting beauty of each moment. Once you begin to understand suffering, something remarkable unfolds. The heart becomes tender. Not fragile, but tender, open, receptive, spacious. You no longer see suffering as a catastrophe, but as an inevitable part of the human journey. You stop resisting the natural flow of life. You stop fearing sadness or change. You stop pretending everything must always be perfect. With this tender heart, you move through the world differently. You listen more deeply. You speak more gently. You forgive more easily. You judge less harshly. You become a refuge for others rather than a contributor to their pain. You become a source of calm, not chaos. And slowly, you begin to experience a profound truth. Understanding suffering is the beginning of freedom from suffering. It is not that suffering never arises again. Life will always contain challenges, but the way you relate to suffering changes. Pain may still appear, but you no longer create unnecessary suffering on top of it. You no longer collapse under emotional storms. You no longer cling to what must pass. You no longer fight what must be accepted. You face life with clarity instead of confusion, with compassion instead of defensiveness, with wisdom instead of fear. Let this truth rest gently in your heart. Suffering is not the enemy. Ignorance of suffering is. Understanding suffering is the path to awakening. And every moment of awareness, every breath of acceptance, every act of compassion becomes a step on that sacred path. There is a warmth that quietly radiates from the human heart when it is allowed to expand beyond the boundaries of self. A warmth that softens fear, melts resentment, and dissolves loneliness. This warmth is loving kindness, a pure, unconditional goodwill that flows not from obligation, but from understanding. In Buddhist wisdom, this quality is called metta, and it is one of the most transformative forces available to us. Loving kindness does not ask you to ignore the imperfections of the world. It does not ask you to pretend that others never hurt you. It does not demand that you suppress your boundaries or your truth. Loving kindness is not naive. It is not blind. It is not sentimental. It is clarity illuminated by compassion. The understanding that every being without exception carries a history of joys and wounds, hopes and fears, strengths and fragile places. To practice loving kindness is to recognize this shared humanity and to respond from the heart rather than from reactivity. Loving kindness begins with yourself. This is where many people struggle. They believe compassion means giving endlessly to others while withholding it from themselves. They speak gently to the world yet harshly to their own hearts. They forgive others easily, but hold their own mistakes like stones pressed tightly in their hands. But you cannot give what you do not allow yourself to feel. A heart that is angry at itself cannot offer peace. A heart that is ashamed of itself cannot offer acceptance. A heart that is divided cannot offer wholeness. So loving kindness begins with the simple radical act of turning inward and saying, "May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I be free from suffering." Not as a demand, but as a wish, a seed planted in the soil of your own being. Some people resist this practice because they believe self-kindness is selfish. But loving kindness is not self-centered. It is self-liberating. When you release hostility toward yourself, your heart becomes spacious enough to include others. When you soften your own suffering, you create less suffering in the world. When you care for your own wounds, you do not bleed onto those you love. Loving kindness for yourself is the foundation upon which all other compassion is built. Once this inner warmth begins to grow, loving kindness naturally extends outward, first to those you love, then to acquaintances, then to neutral people, then to those with whom you have difficulty, and finally, to all beings everywhere. This expansion mirrors the truth that compassion is not a limited resource. It does not run out when shared. It grows. A single moment of genuine goodwill can ripple outward in ways unseen, softening harsh words, before they are spoken, opening a heart that was closed, calming a mind that was restless. Loving kindness is quiet but powerful. Like a candle that lights another, its flame does not diminish. It multiplies. To practice loving kindness, consciously find stillness and breathe deeply. Bring someone gently into your mind, someone you care for. Allow their presence to arise without forcing an image. Then offer them simple wishes. May you be healthy. May you be joyful. May you live with ease. May you be free from all inner and outer harm. As you repeat these phrases, let their meaning soak into your heart. Imagine the warmth in your chest expanding around this person, not as an obligation, as a natural offering. This practice nourishes both you and the one you hold in mind. The real transformation begins when practicing loving kindness toward those who challenge you. These people often evoke irritation, defensiveness, or fear. Yet sending them goodwill does not mean approving of their actions. It means acknowledging that beneath their behavior lies a being shaped by causes and conditions, a being who also seeks happiness, who also fears loss, who also carries wounds unseen. To offer them loving kindness does not make you weak. It makes you free. There is a profound strength in refusing to let someone else's pain create pain within you. Loving kindness allows you to respond without hatred, to hold your boundaries without aggression, to see the deeper truth behind behaviors that once triggered you. But perhaps the most beautiful aspect of loving kindness is how it transforms perception. When you cultivate goodwill, you begin to see the world differently. The sharp edges soften, the harsh lines blur. The mind becomes less quick to judge, less eager to divide, less reactive to differences. You begin to feel a subtle connection to strangers, a recognition that beneath different appearances and circumstances, the same longing for safety, love, and peace beats within every heart. Loving kindness also transforms emotional pain. When anger arises, loving kindness whispers, "May I be free from this suffering." When sadness arises, loving kindness says, "May I be gentle with myself." When loneliness arises, loving kindness says, "May I open my heart softly." In this way, loving kindness becomes a refuge, a place within yourself that remains warm, even when life grows cold. Practicing loving kindness also strengthens emotional resilience. A heart softened by compassion does not become fragile, it becomes unbreakable. Not because nothing hurts, but because hurt no longer collapses you. You learn to hold your pain with tenderness, to cradle your grief without letting it harden into despair. You learn to walk through difficulty with a heart that stays open. This open-heartedness extends into your relationships. Loving kindness makes you a better listener because you no longer listen to defend, but to understand. It makes you a better friend because you support others without needing anything in return. It makes you a better partner because you love without clinging. It makes you a better human because you begin to embody the truth that kindness is not something you do, it is something you become. Over time, loving kindness becomes second nature, not a ritual, but a way of being. You speak more gently. You offer help more freely. You judge less quickly. You forgive more easily. You look into the eyes of others and see yourself reflected there, not the small self with its fears and insecurities, but the deeper self that recognizes connection beneath separation. And perhaps the deepest truth of loving kindness is this: every act of goodwill toward another is also an act of liberation for yourself. Each moment you choose compassion over anger. You loosen the chains around your own heart. Each moment you choose understanding over judgment, you dissolve another layer of suffering. Each moment you choose love, you become more whole. Loving kindness does not change life's challenges, but it changes you, the one who meets those challenges. And when the one who meets the world becomes gentle, wise, and open, the world itself begins to reflect that gentleness back. Let this truth settle deeply within you. Loving kindness is not just an emotion, it is a path that leads back to the heart, back to peace, back to the essence of who you truly are. There is a kind of clarity that does not come from thinking harder, nor from collecting more information, nor from solving every problem in front of you. It comes instead from seeing deeply from wisdom. Wisdom is not intelligence. It is not cleverness. It is not a quick mind or a sharp tongue. Wisdom is the quiet ability to understand the nature of things, the nature of yourself, and the nature of life. In Buddhist teachings, wisdom is the light that illuminates the path. Without wisdom, even good intentions can become confused. Without wisdom, even compassion can become attachment. Without wisdom, even confidence can become arrogance. Wisdom is not something you attain once. It is something you grow into, slowly, gently, steadily, the way dawn grows into day. Wisdom begins with listening. Not listening to noise, but listening to truth. The truths you avoid. The truths you overlook, the truths that whisper beneath the surface of emotion. Wisdom asks you to pause before reacting, to breathe, before judging, to observe before deciding. It asks you to look beneath appearances and seek the deeper patterns shaping your experience. To develop wisdom, you must first cultivate inner stillness. Wisdom does not arise in a mind that is constantly busy, constantly stimulated, constantly distracted. When the mind is cluttered, it cannot see. But when the mind becomes quiet, even for a moment, insight begins to surface like reflections on a still lake. Inner stillness is not an escape from life. It is a clearer entry into it. When you sit quietly, when you breathe deeply, when you allow your mind to rest without chasing thoughts, you create space for understanding to emerge naturally. This understanding is not forced. It grows like a seed in fertile soil. Another cornerstone of wisdom is discernment. Discernment is the ability to distinguish between what is helpful and what is harmful, what is true and what is illusion, what is necessary and what is excess. It is the inner compass that guides you through the complexity of life. Discernment comes from careful observation, the willingness to look at your emotions, your thoughts, and your actions without denial or defense. For example, when anger arises, wisdom does not say, "This is wrong." It says, "This is a reaction. What lies beneath it?" When longing appears, wisdom does not say, "I must have this." It says, "What is this desire trying to soothe?" When fear surfaces, wisdom does not say, "I am weak." It says, "Fear is protecting me." What truth is hidden underneath it? Wisdom is not about erasing reactions, but about understanding them so deeply that they no longer control you. Another essential aspect of wisdom is perspective. When you are caught in emotion, the world shrinks. Your problems feel enormous. Your fears feel absolute. Your judgments feel unquestionable. But wisdom pulls you back into spaciousness. It reminds you that everything is impermanent, that emotions are waves, that situations evolve, that your thoughts are not the full truth. Perspective does not dismiss your feelings. It places them in context, so they stop overwhelming you. Wisdom also grows through reflection. Most people move through life repeating the same patterns without understanding why. They react the same way in different situations, experience the same emotional storms, repeat the same conflicts, cling to the same illusions. Wisdom is what arises when you pause long enough to reflect. What did I learn from this? What truth is life trying to show me? What pattern is repeating itself? How can I respond differently next time? Reflection turns experience into insight. Wisdom also grows through humility. To be wise is to recognize the limits of your own perspective. It is to understand that you do not have all the answers and that this is okay. Humility allows you to be teachable, open, receptive. It prevents rigidity. It keeps the heart soft. A wise person does not cling to their opinions as absolute truths. They hold their views gently, knowing they may evolve. Humility allows wisdom to continue growing instead of becoming stagnant. Another powerful source of wisdom is compassion. Compassion allows you to see the world not through the lens of judgment, but through the lens of understanding. When you recognize the suffering of others, your reactions soften. Your assumptions dissolve. You begin to see that people act according to their pain, their conditioning, their fears, their confusion. Compassion brings depth to your insight. It reveals the interconnectedness of all beings. Without compassion, wisdom becomes cold. Without wisdom, compassion becomes blind. Together, they create balance. Wisdom also arises from letting go of rigid beliefs, unrealistic expectations, and emotional attachments that cloud your perception. When you cling to fixed ideas about yourself, about others, about how life should unfold, the mind becomes narrow. Letting go widens your vision. It opens you to truths you could not see before. A rigid mind cannot be wise. A flexible mind can learn endlessly. To develop wisdom, observe the subtle movements of cause and effect in your daily life. Notice how certain actions lead to certain emotions. Notice how your thoughts shape your perception. Notice how expectations create disappointment. Notice how acceptance creates peace. Notice how compassion softens conflict. Notice how awareness transforms suffering. This is the beginning of insight, not as theory, but as lived experience. Wisdom is also strengthened through silence. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of noise in the mind. In silence, you begin to hear subtle truths. The truth of your needs, the truth of your wounds, the truth of your values, the truth of your direction. In silence, your intuition awakens. In silence, you recognize what resonates with your heart and what disorients it. Silence allows the wisdom already inside you to become audible. Another path to wisdom is observing impermanence. When you truly understand that everything changes, your decisions become wiser. You stop overreacting to temporary discomfort. You stop clinging to temporary pleasure. You stop fearing loss as though it were the end. Understanding impermanence creates emotional maturity, the ability to remain steady through change. There is also a profound wisdom in not knowing. Many people chase certainty in order to feel secure. But life is full of variables, unknowns, and unfolding conditions beyond your control. When you accept uncertainty instead of fighting it, you cultivate resilience. You learn to walk with curiosity instead of fear. You learn to trust the process instead of grasping for control. The willingness to not know is the beginning of deeper knowing. Wisdom also blossoms through intentional living. When you live with intention, your choices are aligned with your values. You act not from habit, but from clarity. You speak not to impress, but to express truth. You move not from impulse, but from awareness. Intentional living is the practical expression of wisdom, turning insight into action. Over time, wisdom becomes more than something you practice. It becomes something you are. You begin to move through the world with softness and strength at once. You become less reactive and more responsive, less fearful and more grounded, less judgmental and more understanding. You begin to navigate complexity with grace because your clarity is no longer shaken by every emotion or circumstance. A wise heart does not avoid pain, it understands it. A wise mind does not cling to certainty, it trusts the unfolding. A wise person does not seek perfection, they embrace authenticity. Let this truth settle quietly within you. Wisdom is not something you acquire. It is something you uncover by removing the confusion that covers the natural clarity of your mind. There is a certain inevitability woven into the fabric of existence, a quiet truth that hums beneath every breath, every relationship, every season, every moment of life. That truth is change. Nothing stays as it is. Nothing remains untouched by time. Everything shifts, transforms, dissolves, rebuilds, and evolves. And yet, despite its universality, change is one of the hardest realities for the human heart to embrace. We try to freeze what brings us joy. We try to preserve circumstances that feel safe. We try to cling to identities that once defined us. We try to hold on to people, to roles, to moments, to patterns, to versions of ourselves that no longer fit. But life continues to move, even when we resist it. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from change itself, but from our refusal to accept it. When we push back against the natural flow, we create tension. When we cling, we create pain. When we resist, we create fear. To embrace change is to align yourself with truth. To resist change is to struggle with the inevitable. But embracing change does not mean loving every transition or denying your emotions. It means meeting change with awareness rather than panic, with clarity rather than confusion, with openness rather than rigidity. It means trusting that impermanence is not a threat, it is a doorway. Change is what allows growth. Change is what allows healing. Change is what allows transformation. Change is what allows you to become more fully who you are. When life shifts unexpectedly, it often feels like the ground has disappeared beneath your feet. Yet this sensation, this disorientation, is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that you are stepping into new terrain. And like a traveler adjusting to unfamiliar landscapes, you must learn to walk differently, breathe differently, see differently. The first step in embracing change is recognition. Many people suffer because they refuse to acknowledge that something has shifted. A relationship dynamic, a personal need, a life stage, a dream that no longer fits, a belief that no longer rings true. They cling to what was instead of meeting what is. But the moment you recognize change, the moment you say, "This is different now," your suffering begins to soften. Recognition is a form of acceptance. The second step is curiosity. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" a question rooted in fear, ask, "What is this change revealing?" This simple shift in questioning opens the heart. It turns anxiety into inquiry. It transforms dread into exploration. Curiosity brings light into darkness. It allows you to see opportunities where before you saw only loss. The third step is presence. When change arises, the mind often escapes into the past or the future. It longs for what used to be, or it fears what might come. Presence anchors you. It brings you back into your body, your breath, this moment, the only moment where clarity is possible. When you meet change in the present, you are steadier. You are less overwhelmed by imagined catastrophes. The fourth step is flexibility. A rigid mind breaks under pressure. A flexible mind bends and adapts. Flexibility is not passivity. It is resilience. It is the ability to meet each moment with an open hand instead of a clenched fist. It allows you to move with life rather than against it. And in this movement, you find strength you did not know you possessed. The fifth step is trust. Trust does not mean believing that everything will be easy. It means believing that you will meet whatever comes with wisdom. It means trusting your ability to adapt, trusting your capacity to learn, trusting that the path ahead, even if unclear, holds lessons you are meant to receive. Trusting that what leaves your life makes space for what is meant to arrive. One of the deepest truths about change is that it often brings discomfort because it disrupts identity. When life shifts, you must shift too. You must let go of old roles, old narratives, old versions of yourself. This can feel like losing a part of who you are, but in truth, you are not losing yourself. You are shedding what is no longer aligned. Just as a tree must release old leaves in order to grow new ones, you must release outdated identities in order to expand. This shedding is not a mistake. It is a natural part of evolving consciousness. Change also challenges your sense of control. Humans love predictability. Predictability feels safe, but life does not unfold according to our plans. And this unpredictability is not chaos. It is creative. It allows space for the unexpected. It allows life to surprise you. It allows your path to evolve in ways your limited imagination could never design. The key is to shift from controlling life to cooperating with it. Change also reveals attachments, the places where you hold too tightly. These attachments are often invisible until change exposes them. A shift in a relationship reveals attachment to certain behaviors. A change in career reveals attachment to identity. A life transition reveals attachment to comfort. Once you see these attachments clearly, you have the opportunity to release them. And in releasing them, you become freer. It is important to acknowledge that some changes come with pain, deep, undeniable pain. The loss of a loved one, the end of a relationship, the closing of a chapter you wished would continue. Embracing change does not mean bypassing grief. Grief is a sacred process. It is the heart learning to live in a new landscape. Allow yourself to grieve. Allow yourself to mourn what has ended. This too is part of embracing change. But remember, grief itself transforms. Pain evolves. Wounds eventually open into insight. Loss eventually reveals resilience. Change, even in its most painful forms, holds within it a seed that contains wisdom, growth, clarity, or rebirth. This seed is not visible at first, but with time, it begins to sprout. Another aspect of embracing change is recognizing that life does not take something from you without offering something in return. Something may be ending, but something else is beginning. Something may be falling apart, but something else is being built. Something may be dissolving, but something else is emerging. Change is not destruction, it is transformation. To embrace change fully, try this reflection. What is life inviting me to learn right now? Then breathe deeply and listen, not with the mind, with the heart. Embracing change also means releasing the illusion that you must navigate everything alone. Allow others to support you. Allow yourself to lean when you need to. Life is not meant to be walked in isolation. Interconnection is part of our nature. When you surround yourself with compassion from others and from yourself, change becomes less frightening. Over time, when you learn to embrace change rather than resist it, something profound begins to unfold. You become less afraid of endings. You become less attached to beginnings. You develop a steady presence that remains centered even as life shifts around you. You become adaptable, open, curious. You become someone who can walk through uncertainty with calm eyes and a grounded heart. And ultimately, you begin to see change not as an intruder, but as a companion, a guide, a teacher. Let this truth settle into you. Gently. Change is not the enemy. Your resistance to it is. Embrace change, and you embrace the flow of life itself. There is a subtle habit of the human mind that often remains unnoticed, yet it shapes our emotions, our relationships, and our understanding of the world more than almost anything else. This habit is judgment, the tendency to label, categorize, and conclude before we truly understand. Judgment feels deceptively natural. It arises in a fraction of a second, faster than thought, faster than awareness, and yet it builds walls where connection could exist, tension where peace could grow, and suffering where clarity could blossom. The Buddha taught that the mind creates suffering, not only through desire and aversion, but also through the veil of misperception, the assumptions, projections, and judgments we place upon ourselves and others. To avoid judgment is not to lose discernment. It is to see with an open heart rather than a closed mind. Judgment is a narrowing of perception. Understanding is an opening of perception. Judgment is quick. Wisdom is patient. Judgment is rigid. Awareness is fluid. To walk the path of emotional freedom, you must learn to loosen your grip on judgment, not because others are perfect, but because judgment blinds you to truth. Judgment often arises from fear. When the mind feels uncertain, it uses judgment to regain a sense of control. This person is wrong. This situation is bad. This feeling is dangerous. But these judgments rarely reflect reality. They reflect the mind's attempt to protect itself. When you recognize judgment as a defense mechanism rather than a truth, you begin to see its limitation. Judgment also arises from conditioning the beliefs you inherited from family culture, past experiences. These beliefs shape how you interpret the world, often without your awareness. You may judge someone for being quiet, simply because silence once signaled rejection. You may judge yourself for making mistakes because you grew up believing mistakes defined your worth. You may judge others harshly because harshness was normalized in the environment that shaped you. To reduce judgment, you must first become curious about your conditioning, not with blame, but with awareness. Where did this reaction come from? Why do I see things this way? What belief is shaping this judgment? Awareness dissolves unconscious patterns. Another origin of judgment is the ego, the sense of self that clings to being right, being superior, being justified. The ego thrives on comparison. It seeks identity through difference. But judgment strengthens the illusion of separateness, isolating you from others and from your own deeper truth. When you begin to observe judgment without acting on it, the ego loosens. Humility grows. Connection becomes possible. To avoid judgment is not to lower your standards. It is to see more clearly. It is to understand that every being is shaped by causes and conditions, experiences, wounds, fears, hopes, habits, many of which you will never know. When you recognize this, your judgments soften into curiosity. What brought them to this moment? What pain shaped this behavior? What longing is hidden beneath this choice? Curiosity opens the door to compassion. One of the profound teachings of Buddhism is that you cannot dislike someone once you truly understand them. Understanding dissolves judgment. It reveals the fragile humanity beneath every action. It shows you that every person in their own way is trying to avoid suffering and find happiness even when their attempts are misguided or harmful. This does not mean you must accept harmful behavior or ignore injustice. It means that your response comes from clarity rather than condemnation, from strength rather than hatred. Avoiding judgment does not make you passive. It makes you conscious. To reduce judgment in daily life, begin by noticing when it arises. The tone of your inner voice changes slightly, sharper, tighter, more rigid. Your body may contract your breath, shorten your thoughts, accelerate. These are signals. When you notice them, pause. Do not fight the judgment. Do not shame yourself for it. Simply observe it as though watching a cloud drift across the sky. This moment of observation breaks the cycle. The judgment loses its momentum. You regain your freedom. Another practice is delayed interpretation. When something happens, resist the urge to label it immediately. Give yourself a moment of breath, or several, before forming a conclusion. This allows space for context, nuance, deeper understanding. Often in that brief pause, you realize your initial judgment was incomplete or entirely mistaken. A third practice is seeing from the other side. When you feel judgment rising, imagine standing where the other person stands, not to excuse their behavior, but to understand the conditions shaping it. Ask yourself, if I had their history, their fears, their wounds, their pressures, might I behave similarly? This reflection is not always comfortable, but it is profoundly liberating. It breaks the illusion that you are inherently different, inherently superior. Another powerful practice is listening deeply. When you listen to someone, not to respond, defend, or evaluate, but to truly understand, judgment naturally dissolves. Listening slows the mind's tendency to jump to conclusions. It softens the heart. It reveals truths that would otherwise remain hidden. Avoiding judgment does not only apply to others, it applies equally, perhaps more importantly, to yourself. Many people live under the weight of relentless self-judgment. I should be stronger. I should be happier. I should not feel this way. I should have known better. These judgments create inner fragmentation. They silence intuition. They erode confidence. They suffocate growth. Self-judgment pretends to be discipline, but it is punishment. Compassion is what creates real change. To release self-judgment, notice the voice inside you that criticizes, compares, blames. Ask yourself gently, whose voice is this? Where did it come from? Is it true? Does it help me grow? When you question self-judgment, it loses its authority. In that space, self-understanding emerges, and with understanding, healing begins. Avoiding judgment does not mean abandoning discernment. Discernment is necessary. It protects your well-being. It helps you recognize harmful patterns. It guides wise action. But discernment comes from clarity, while judgment comes from contraction. Discernment guides. Judgment condemns. Discernment sees truth. Judgment sees only a fragment. When you cultivate awareness, curiosity, compassion, and patience, discernment becomes sharper, while judgment becomes softer. You begin to see people and situations without distortion. You respond to life with wisdom rather than reactivity. Over time, as judgment fades, something profound begins to open within you. You become less entangled in conflict, less reactive, less defensive. Your relationships deepen. Your communication becomes more genuine. You create fewer misunderstandings. You carry less emotional tension. You feel lighter, more peaceful, more spacious. And perhaps most beautifully, you begin to see the world not as a battlefield of opinions and flaws, but as a landscape of beings trying their best to navigate their own suffering. Let this truth resonate deeply within you. The less you judge, the more you understand. The more you understand, the more you love. And the more you love, the more free you become. There is a gentle strength that arises when the heart commits to causing no harm, not through fear and not through avoidance, but through wisdom. This strength is known as nonviolence or ahimsa. It is one of the most ancient and profound teachings in spiritual traditions, especially within Buddhism, where nonviolence extends far beyond the absence of physical harm. It encompasses the entire realm of human interaction. Our thoughts, our words, our intentions, and the subtle energies we bring into the world. Nonviolence begins not with others, but within yourself. Every harsh inner criticism, every self-directed insult, every voice that says, "I am not enough," is a small act of violence against your own heart. When you learn to soften these inner attacks, when you speak to yourself with kindness rather than cruelty, you begin the true practice of nonviolence. This inner gentleness becomes the foundation for how you treat others. Nonviolence is not weakness. It is not passivity. It is not silence in the face of injustice. Instead, nonviolence is the courageous commitment to respond with clarity and compassion, even when anger, fear, or ego urges you to react with aggression. Nonviolence is the choice to protect peace within yourself while encouraging peace around you. To live nonviolently, you must first understand how violence arises in the mind. Violence begins subtly, with a tightening, a contraction, a flare of judgment or irritation. These small internal movements are often ignored, dismissed as normal. Yet they are the seeds from which harmful actions grow. If you observe your reactions closely, you will see that outward conflict rarely begins with the external situation. It begins with an inner disturbance. Learning to recognize the early signs of inner violence is one of the greatest acts of emotional maturity. Notice the clenching in the chest, the heat in the face, the urge to speak sharply, the impulse to defend yourself. These sensations are the mind's way of saying, "I feel threatened." When you respond to this internal signal with awareness rather than impulse, you prevent harm before it takes form. Nonviolence in thought means shifting from judgment to understanding. When you catch yourself thinking harshly about someone, even in silence, pause and breathe. Let the thought pass like a cloud. You do not need to believe every inner reaction. You do not need to follow every emotional impulse. Simply observing your thoughts with spaciousness prevents them from becoming harmful actions. Nonviolence in words means speaking with intention. Words can wound more deeply than weapons. They can linger for years in the mind of another person. They can create emotional scars that time does not easily erase. Yet words can also heal, uplift, and comfort. They can soothe pain and bridge distances. The practice of nonviolence asks you to choose words that are truthful, but compassionate, firm, but gentle, honest, but rooted in kindness. Before speaking, consider this. Will my words reduce suffering or increase it? Will they open the heart or close it? Will they bring clarity or confusion? When speech becomes conscious, communication becomes a form of loving kindness. Nonviolence in action means responding rather than reacting. It means taking the time to understand the moment before you move. It means honoring your own boundaries without violating the boundaries of others. It means addressing harmful behavior without hatred. It means choosing solutions that heal rather than divide. In Buddhism, nonviolence is intimately connected to compassion. To harm another being is to harm yourself, because all beings are interconnected. When you act violently, mentally, verbally, or physically, you plant seeds of suffering that eventually ripen in your own life. But when you practice nonviolence, you plant seeds of peace that grow within and around you. To cultivate nonviolence, begin by slowing down. Violence thrives in haste. When you rush, you speak carelessly. When you hurry, you misunderstand. When you feel pressured, you react without clarity. Slowing down brings awareness to your actions. It pulls you out of the automatic patterns that lead to harm. In slowing down, you reclaim your freedom to choose. Another powerful practice of nonviolence is mindful breathing. When anger rises, when frustration stirs, when the urge to lash out appears, breathe. A single conscious breath interrupts the momentum of aggression. It gives you space to respond wisely. It reconnects you to the calm beneath the storm of emotion. Nonviolence is also supported by empathy, the capacity to feel another's experience without losing yourself. When you recognize that every person carries burdens, insecurities, wounds, and fears, you naturally soften. You no longer need to dominate or retaliate. You understand that harm is often born from suffering. This understanding transforms your response from anger into compassion. Practicing nonviolence does not mean allowing others to treat you poorly. It does not mean minimizing your needs or enduring abuse. True nonviolence includes self-protection. It includes the wisdom to set firm boundaries. It includes the courage to walk away when necessary. Nonviolence is not self-sacrifice. It is self-respect. It means choosing responses that do not create further suffering for yourself or others. Nonviolence also requires honesty. Many people avoid direct communication out of fear of conflict, but this avoidance often creates more harm in the long run. Speaking truth with compassion is an essential part of nonviolence. It prevents resentment from accumulating. It preserves integrity. It allows relationships to grow authentically. Another aspect of nonviolence is the cultivation of inner peace. When your inner world is chaotic, unstable, or wounded, your actions reflect that turmoil. But when you nurture inner calm through meditation, mindfulness, and self-awareness, your presence becomes peaceful. A peaceful person naturally behaves nonviolently. Their calmness de-escalates conflict. Their clarity prevents misunderstandings. Their energy reassures others. To embody nonviolence is to become a sanctuary for those around you. Your presence becomes a softening force. People feel safer near you. Conversations feel gentler. Conflicts resolve more easily. The world around you becomes more harmonious because you carry harmony within. Over time, nonviolence becomes not just something you practice, but something you are. You begin to sense the subtle suffering in others and choose responses that do not deepen their wounds. You begin to sense your own triggers and respond with patience rather than aggression. You begin to navigate challenges with a heart that is steady and spacious. And perhaps the most profound truth is this: nonviolence is an offering, a gift you give to the world simply by choosing to cause less harm. You may never see the full impact of your peaceful actions, the conflict that never escalated the person who felt understood, instead of attacked the moment of kindness that changed the course of someone's day. But the ripple effect exists. Every act of nonviolence, no matter how small, strengthens the fabric of peace in the world. Let this quiet truth take root in you. When you choose nonviolence, you choose a life aligned with wisdom, compassion, and freedom. Nonviolence is not a restriction. It is liberation from the forces that imprison the heart. There is a subtle turning point in every spiritual journey, a moment when you start to recognize the quiet but powerful influence of your inner dialogue. This inner voice, sometimes soft, sometimes sharp, shapes the landscape of your emotions, the tone of your days, and the quality of your life. And one of the most transformative shifts you can make is learning to cultivate a positive mindset, not as a form of denial, but as a foundation of wisdom and resilience. A positive mindset is not about pretending everything is fine, nor is it the naive insistence that life should always feel pleasant. Instead, it is the steady practice of orienting yourself toward clarity, possibility, and meaning, even when challenges arise. It is the willingness to look at the world not through the lens of fear, but through the lens of understanding. It is choosing inner balance over inner conflict. In Buddhism, the mind is often described as a garden. Thoughts are seeds. Some seeds grow into flowers: patience, compassion, gratitude, equanimity. Other seeds grow into thorns: anger, envy, resentment, despair. A positive mindset is the deliberate cultivation of the wholesome seeds so they become strong enough to shade out the unwholesome ones. This does not happen overnight. It is a daily tending, a daily returning. A positive mindset begins with awareness. Most negative thoughts arise automatically, shaped by old fears, old habits, and old wounds. When you begin observing these thoughts, instead of being pulled into them, something extraordinary happens. You create space. And in that space, you can choose differently. This choice, repeated day after day, becomes the foundation of a positive mental environment. One of the most powerful ways to cultivate a positive mindset is through gratitude. Gratitude shifts your attention from what is missing to what is present, from what is broken to what is working, from scarcity to abundance. Gratitude does not eliminate difficulties, but it changes the way you relate to them. It creates inner steadiness. It reminds you that even in the midst of challenge, life continues to offer beauty, support, and unexpected blessings. Another key element of a positive mindset is reframing. Reframing is the art of seeing a situation from a new angle, not to distort truth, but to expand it. When something goes wrong, the mind tends to focus solely on what was lost or damaged. Reframing gently widens your perspective. It helps you ask questions like, what can I learn from this? What strength is emerging in me? Is there another way to see this? What is this moment teaching me about myself? Reframing transforms obstacles into insights. It reveals the growth hidden inside discomfort. A positive mindset is also nourished by the company you keep, not just people, but the media you consume, the environments you inhabit, and the internal narratives you repeat. The mind becomes what it is fed. When you surround yourself with negativity, criticism, and hopelessness, your thoughts naturally bend in that direction. But when you surround yourself with encouragement, wisdom, kindness, and authenticity, your mind begins to mirror those qualities. One of the deepest truths of Buddhist psychology is that you are not your thoughts. Thoughts arise and pass like weather patterns. They are temporary visitors, not permanent identities. When you stop taking every thought personally, your mental landscape opens. You gain the freedom to choose which thoughts you nurture and which you release. A positive mindset is also rooted in self-compassion. Many people speak to themselves with a harshness they would never direct toward another human being. This inner violence drains strength, weakens resilience, and clouds clarity. Self-compassion softens the heart. It reminds you that making mistakes is part of being human. It encourages honesty without cruelty. It allows you to move forward without being entangled in shame. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is the soil in which healthy transformation grows. Another essential component of a positive mindset is presence. Negativity often arises from dwelling in the past or catastrophizing about the future. The present moment, however, is rarely as unbearable as the mind imagines. When you anchor yourself in the now, through breath awareness or simple observation, your worries loosen their grip. What remains is clarity, and from clarity arises possibility. Presence teaches you that every moment is fresh, every breath is new, every challenge is workable when met with the fullness of your attention. Cultivating a positive mindset also means recognizing the impermanence of emotions. No feeling, no matter how heavy, lasts forever. When you remember this, you stop resisting your emotions and instead allow them to pass through you. Through this acceptance, emotions soften. The storms inside you lose their intensity. You stop fearing your inner experience, and in that freedom, positivity naturally grows. Another profound aspect of a positive mindset is the practice of intentional choice. Each day, you choose what energy to bring into the world. You choose what stories to believe. You choose how to respond to difficulty. You choose whether to nourish fear or nourish courage. These small choices shape your life far more than circumstances do. Your mindset becomes your compass. It becomes the quiet force that guides your reactions, your habits, and your relationships. A positive mindset requires balance. It is not forced joy. It is not denial of pain. It is not the suppression of difficult feelings. True positivity includes the whole spectrum of human experience. It allows sadness to come without letting it define you. It allows frustration to rise without letting it control you. It allows uncertainty to exist without letting it consume you. Positivity is the art of choosing the most skillful, compassionate, and hopeful response available, not because life is perfect, but because your heart is awake. Over time, something remarkable happens. As you nurture a positive mindset, your emotional landscape becomes more stable. Small inconveniences no longer spiral into overwhelming frustration. Conflicts become easier to navigate. Challenges feel less threatening. You recover more quickly from setbacks. Your presence becomes more comforting to others. You become a source of calm rather than turbulence. People begin to feel safe with you, not because you solve their problems, but because your energy is steady and kind. And gradually, you realize that cultivating a positive mindset is not about controlling life. It is about transforming your relationship to life. It is about choosing peace over panic, clarity over chaos, compassion over criticism, presence over distraction, and hope over despair. A positive mindset does not deny darkness. It carries its own light. Let this truth settle softly into your being. Positivity is not something you wait for. It is something you practice. With each mindful choice, you build the inner conditions for joy, clarity, and peace to arise. There comes a moment in every person's journey when the path ahead grows uncertain. The familiar dissolves. Plans shift. Circumstances change in ways you did not predict. What once felt stable begins to tremble, and the mind, eager for control, reaches desperately for answers even when none are available. In these moments, the heart learns one of its most profound lessons, the art of trusting the process. Trusting the process is not blind faith, nor is it passive resignation. In Buddhism, trust is a quiet, grounded confidence in the unfolding of life, rooted in the understanding of impermanence, cause and effect, and the deep intelligence of awareness. Trust means recognizing that life moves in cycles, that challenges are teachers, that growth often hides within discomfort, and that not everything is meant to be controlled. Trust begins with accepting that life will not always align with your plans. There are seasons when doors close without warning, when relationships shift unexpectedly, when long-held dreams transform or dissolve. At first, this can feel like loss, but with time, you begin to see that these changes were not punishments. They were invitations. Life was not breaking you. It was shaping you. Trust means surrendering your grip on how things should be so you can finally see how things are. This surrender is not defeat. It is a courageous openness to reality. It is acknowledging that some questions cannot be answered yet, because you are still living your way toward the answer. It is understanding that clarity often comes after confusion, strength after challenge, peace after turbulence. One of the greatest obstacles to trust is the mind's attachment to certainty. The mind wants a clear map, a detailed plan, a guaranteed outcome. It wants everything laid out neatly. But life does not unfold like a predictable equation. Life is more like a river, flowing, shifting, carving its path through landscapes you cannot always foresee. When you learn to stop resisting the unknown, you begin to float instead of struggle. You begin to see the movement of life not as chaos, but as guidance. Trust is intimately connected to patience. When you plant a seed, you do not dig it up each day to check its progress. You water it. You give it sunlight. You remove the weeds around it. You create the right conditions for growth, and then you trust the process. Human transformation follows the same principle. You set your intentions. You commit to your values. You practice mindfulness, compassion, and awareness. Then you allow time to do its work. Many people suffer not because life isn't unfolding, but because they do not allow themselves to grow at a natural pace. They push force demand and criticize themselves for not evolving fast enough. But trust means honoring your own timing. Every stage of growth has its purpose. Even stagnation has meaning. It is the mind consolidating the heart, preparing the soul, gathering strength. Another essential aspect of trusting the process is learning to see challenges as part of the journey rather than interruptions to it. When something difficult occurs, a failure, a heartbreak, a setback, a loss, the mind often assumes something has gone wrong. But difficulties have their own teachings. A broken expectation builds resilience. A disappointment deepens humility. A loss awakens compassion. A mistake strengthens wisdom. Life does not punish you. It shapes you. Trust grows when you stop interpreting hardship as a personal failure and start seeing it as an invitation to evolve. Another key to trusting the process is releasing the need to control other people. Much suffering arises from trying to influence the decisions, emotions, or paths of others. But every person has their own karma, their own timing, their own lessons. When you try to force someone's growth or direct their journey, you interfere with a path that is not yours to walk. Letting go of control does not mean you stop caring. It means you respect the autonomy of others and trust in the intelligence of their process. Trust also deepens when you reflect on your past. Look back at moments when life seemed confusing or unfair, and notice how many of those moments ultimately led you to insight, connection, or new opportunities. Notice how many times you survived what you feared you wouldn't. Notice how often life supported you even when you did not realize it at the time. The past is not just a memory, it is evidence. Evidence that you are more resilient than you think. Evidence that clarity emerges even after chaos. evidence that life has carried you through every hardship you've faced. When you trust the process, you stop rushing. You stop fighting reality. You stop needing every answer to appear immediately. Instead, you settle into the present, the only place where transformation truly happens. Trust also means listening to your intuition, the whispers of your inner wisdom, the guidance that emerges when the mind becomes quiet. Intuition is not loud. It does not argue or insist. It is gentle, subtle, steady. When you trust the process, you give space for intuition to surface. You recognize that you do not have to figure everything out with logic. Some truths are felt before they are understood. A powerful practice for developing trust is asking yourself, what if this is happening for me, not against me? This does not deny pain or minimize difficulty. It simply widens your perspective. It reminds you that meaning often reveals itself slowly. It allows you to face uncertainty with openness rather than fear. Trust is also supported by mindfulness. When you stay present, the unknown becomes less intimidating. The future stops looming like a shadow. The past stops haunting you. When you are right here in this breath, in this moment, life feels manageable. Trust becomes natural because the present moment is stable, tangible, and real. When trust becomes part of your path, something within you relaxes. The tension in your chest loosens. The restlessness in your mind softens. You stop trying to outrun life. Instead, you begin to walk alongside it. You begin to sense the quiet rhythm beneath circumstances. You begin to recognize that everything, even the confusion, belongs to your evolution. And gradually, you discover that trusting the process is not about believing everything will be easy. It is believing that everything will be workable. It is believing that you will have the strength to meet whatever comes. It is believing that you are not walking blindly, you are walking consciously. Trust transforms your experience of life. It turns uncertainty into curiosity. It turns disorder into unfolding. It turns obstacles into stepping stones. It turns waiting into preparation. It turns fear into openness. And above all, trust brings peace. A peace not dependent on circumstances or outcomes, but on a deep quiet, knowing that you are guided, supported, and growing in every moment. Let this truth rest gently within you. You do not need to know where the path leads in order to walk it with confidence. Trust the process, and the process will reveal the next step when the time is right. There is a quiet skill that shapes the emotional landscape of your life more profoundly than most people realize: the ability to pause. This pause is not hesitation, not weakness, not avoidance. It is the sacred space between impulse and action, between emotion and response, between confusion and clarity. And learning to rest in this space is one of the deepest expressions of wisdom. In Buddhist teachings, the pause is where awareness enters. It is where reactivity dissolves and understanding begins. Without the pause, the mind runs on habit patterns inherited from the past, fueled by fear, desire, or conditioning. With the pause, you awaken to the present moment and reclaim the freedom to choose. Many people believe emotional mastery comes from suppressing feelings or controlling reactions through force, but true mastery comes from the ability to witness your inner world before becoming entangled in it. This witnessing can only happen in the pause. The pause is like a doorway, small and easily overlooked, yet leading to a vast inner space. The pause begins with presence. When an emotion rises, irritation, anxiety, sadness, frustration, the untrained mind reacts immediately. Words slip out. Actions emerge impulsively. decisions are made in the heat of the moment. But when you practice pausing, you learn to feel the emotion without rushing toward reaction. You feel the heat of anger, but you do not speak from it. You feel the ache of disappointment, but you do not collapse into it. You feel the tremor of fear, but you do not obey it. The pause allows emotion to move through you without defining you. To cultivate the pause, begin with the breath. When you notice yourself being pulled by emotion, take a single slow inhalation. Feel the air pass through your nostrils. Feel your chest expand. Feel your body soften as you exhale. Even one conscious breath creates space. Even one breath interrupts the momentum of reactivity. This moment of breathing is not passive. It is an act of power, the power to remain aware even when emotion surges. With time, the pause becomes more natural. You begin to sense the early signs of emotional turbulence, the tightening in your stomach, the quickening of your breath, the narrowing of your focus. These sensations are teachers. They remind you to pause before you are swept away. You learn to sense your inner weather before the storm arrives. The pause also allows the heart to speak. Beneath every emotion lies a need, a longing for safety, understanding, connection, clarity. When you pause, you can sense these deeper layers. Anger becomes a plea for respect. Sadness becomes a longing for support. Fear becomes a desire for stability. Without the pause, these needs remain hidden, and your reactions are guided by confusion rather than truth. When the heart becomes visible, wisdom becomes possible. The pause brings clarity to communication. So many conflicts arise not from what is said, but from the speed at which it is said. Words spoken in haste carry the residue of emotion rather than the intention of truth. When you pause before speaking, your words become aligned with understanding. Your tone softens. Your clarity deepens. You express not just your reaction, but your deeper intention. The pause transforms relationships. It gives space for listening instead of defending, for understanding instead of assuming, for connection instead of conflict. When you pause before responding to a loved one, you create room for empathy. You give them the gift of your full presence, unclouded by immediate reaction. This presence is one of the deepest forms of love. The pause also helps you navigate uncertainty. When life delivers an unexpected challenge or a sudden change, the mind wants to react immediately, to fix, to solve, to resist. But the pause allows you to gather yourself. It allows wisdom to settle. It allows confusion to clear. In uncertainty, the pause becomes a place of stability. Through the pause, you learn to trust yourself. You realize you do not need to rush. You do not need to force a solution. You do not need to meet discomfort with panic. You discover an inner rhythm that is calmer and less reactive than the surface of your emotions. This rhythm becomes your anchor. The pause also reveals the impermanence of emotions. When you pause instead of reacting, you begin to see that emotions rise, peak, and fall naturally, like waves moving through the body. You discover that you do not need to act on every emotion, because emotions themselves change. The anger you felt so intensely a moment ago begins to soften. The fear that felt overwhelming slowly unwinds. The disappointment that sat heavily in your chest begins to lift. By witnessing emotion instead of reacting to it, you liberate yourself from emotional imprisonment. Another profound gift of the pause is that it reveals your deeper self, the part of you that remains steady, even when thoughts swirl, the part of you that is aware, even when emotions burn, the part of you that observes without being consumed. This witnessing presence is the heart of mindfulness. It is the quiet, spacious awareness beneath all experience. The pause is where you remember who you truly are. To cultivate the pause, practice small moments throughout the day. When your phone rings, pause before answering. When someone speaks, pause before responding. When you feel irritation, pause before reacting. These small pauses accumulate. They strengthen the muscle of awareness. They transform your inner world one moment at a time. The pause also teaches humility. It reminds you that your first interpretation is not always accurate, that your emotional story may not reflect the full truth. In the pause, you see your assumptions more clearly. You recognize your biases. You notice the way past pain can shape present perception. Humility arises naturally, softening your judgments and expanding your understanding. Humility, in turn, deepens your compassion. When you pause, you see more clearly that others too act from their own conditioning, wounds, and fears. Their reactions are shaped by inner storms you cannot see. This understanding helps you respond with gentleness rather than defensiveness. The pause becomes a bridge between hearts. Over time, the pause becomes not just a practice, but a refuge, a place within you that feels spacious, grounded, and calm, a place you can return to whenever life feels overwhelming. This refuge is always available. It does not depend on circumstances. It depends only on awareness. The pause becomes the space where suffering loosens, where wisdom emerges, where freedom begins. Let this truth settle softly into your being. Between emotion and action lies a sacred space. In that space lives your clarity, your peace, and your ability to choose a wiser path. The pause is not emptiness. It is your greatest power. There comes a point in the journey of self-understanding when you begin to realize that peace is not found in controlling your thoughts, but in observing them. And from this recognition, another truth quietly emerges. The mind can be trained. Just as the body becomes stronger through movement, the mind becomes steadier through awareness. And at the heart of this training lies the practice of inner alignment, bringing your thoughts, intentions, and actions into harmony. When the mind is scattered, life feels scattered. When the mind is conflicted, life feels conflicted. But when the mind is aligned, even challenges become manageable. Even uncertainty becomes breathable. And even pain becomes something you can hold with gentleness. Inner alignment does not mean perfection. It does not mean eliminating emotion or silencing discomfort. To be aligned means acting from your deepest truth instead of from habit. It means allowing wisdom rather than fear or impulse to guide your steps. And this alignment begins with listening inwardly. Many people move through life reacting to everything around them without ever pausing to ask, what matters to me? What do I stand for? What do I truly want to bring into this moment? When you do not listen to yourself, life begins to feel heavy, chaotic, or meaningless. You drift, pulled by external pressures, old patterns, or expectations that do not reflect your authentic path. Inner alignment asks you to return again and again to the still place within you where your values live. That place is quiet, but it is not empty. It is filled with clarity. One of the first steps toward inner alignment is distinguishing your truth from your conditioning. Conditioning is the set of beliefs, fears, and expectations you inherited from family, from society, from old wounds. These patterns often masquerade as truth. They shape your choices, your reactions, your identity. But conditioning reacts automatically. Truth responds consciously. When you begin to sense the difference, you reclaim your ability to choose. Instead of repeating patterns, you become capable of creating new ones. Instead of being led by fear, you begin to be led by intention. Inner alignment also requires consistency, not in the sense of rigid discipline, but in the sense of showing up for yourself, giving yourself time, paying attention, checking in with your emotional landscape, asking gently, what am I feeling? What am I believing right now? Does this belief support who I want to become? This kind of self-attunement strengthens your inner stability. You become less vulnerable to external chaos because your foundation is internal. Another dimension of alignment is learning to bring intention into each action. Most people act first and reflect later, if at all. But when you begin to act from intention, even simple gestures become meaningful. You speak with intention. You listen with intention. You rest with intention. You choose with intention. Intention transforms ordinary moments into sacred ones. But intention alone is not enough. Alignment also requires integrity, the willingness to act in accordance with your values, even when it is difficult. Integrity is the bridge between insight and embodiment. It is the moment when your inner wisdom becomes visible through your choices. Integrity is not about impressing others. It is about being honest with yourself. When you live in integrity, something inside you settles. You feel congruent whole. There is a steady warmth in knowing that your actions reflect your truth. At the same time, inner alignment requires something gentle yet profound self-forgiveness. Because no matter how committed you are, there will be moments when you fall back into old habits, react impulsively, or forget your intention. This is not failure. It is part of learning. Self-forgiveness keeps you moving. It keeps your heart open. It prevents shame from clouding your clarity. Inner alignment also grows through awareness of the present moment. When your mind is scattered, replaying the past, imagining the future, your energy becomes fragmented. You lose your center. But presence gathers your energy, bringing you back into yourself. In presence, you remember that you can choose your response. You remember that this moment is workable. You remember that you are not powerless. One powerful tool for cultivating inner alignment is asking yourself, does this choice create inner peace or inner conflict? Your body knows the answer. Your breath knows. Your intuition knows. Inner conflict feels tight, rushed, noisy. Inner peace feels spacious, honest, grounding. This question alone can reshape your entire relationship to life. Inner alignment also involves recognizing the difference between emotion and direction. Emotions are temporary waves. They rise and fall. They do not define your path. But direction, your deeper purpose, your inner calling, your values, remain steady beneath the changing emotional weather. When you anchor yourself in direction rather than emotion, you become more stable. Anger may rise, but it no longer dictates your actions. Fear may appear, but it no longer stops you. Doubt may whisper, but it no longer controls your choices. In this way, alignment gives you emotional freedom. Another essential element of alignment is accountability, not harsh self-judgment, but honest reflection. When you notice yourself acting out of fear, ego, or habit, acknowledge it gently. This honest recognition is a form of wisdom. It keeps you awake. It keeps you growing. Accountability without shame is one of the purest expressions of maturity. Inner alignment also deepens through the cultivation of silence. Silence allows your inner truth to surface. When external noise fades, your own wisdom becomes clearer. Moments of silence throughout the day, a quiet breath, a few minutes of stillness create openings for insight. Silence becomes a spiritual companion, reminding you of what matters. And then, there is the quiet but powerful practice of letting go of what obscures your alignment, letting go of resentment, letting go of unrealistic expectations, letting go of outdated identities, letting go of comparison, letting go of the need to be understood or approved by everyone. Letting go is not losing. It is clearing space for authenticity. Inner alignment gradually shifts the way you move through the world. You become more grounded, less reactive, more honest, more compassionate. Your presence changes. You begin to carry yourself with a kind of gentle clarity that others can feel. You begin to navigate conflict with openness rather than defensiveness. You begin to make decisions that nourish your well-being instead of draining it. Life becomes less about controlling outcomes and more about aligning with your truth. Over time, alignment becomes a source of deep inner confidence, not arrogance, but quiet knowing. You learn to trust your intuition. You learn to trust your resilience. You learn to trust your path, even when you cannot see the whole way forward. And perhaps the most transformative truth is this: when you are aligned internally, the outer world no longer dictates your peace. Situations may be difficult, but you remain stable. People may misunderstand you, but you remain centered. Life may shift unexpectedly, but you remain anchored in yourself. You move through the world with purpose, not panic, with clarity, not confusion, with presence, not fragmentation. Let this truth settle deeply within you. Inner alignment is not a destination. It is a practice, a daily returning to yourself. And each time you return, you come home to a deeper peace, a deeper wisdom, a deeper freedom. There comes a point on the inner path when you begin to see that much of your suffering does not come from what life brings, but from the way you hold what life brings. The mind has a subtle habit of gripping ideas, gripping expectations, gripping identities, gripping outcomes, gripping stories about how things should be. And the tighter the grip, the greater the suffering. In Buddhism, the practice of release, of loosening the inner fist, is essential to emotional freedom. But letting go is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean you stop caring. It does not mean giving up or becoming indifferent. It does not mean erasing your desires or suppressing your feelings. Letting go means allowing things to be as they are without forcing them into shapes they no longer fit. Letting go is a form of clarity. It is the recognition that clinging does not preserve anything. It only creates tension. The people you love do not disappear when you loosen your grasp. Opportunities do not vanish when you release your fear. Your worth does not diminish when you stop controlling your image. In fact, when you let go, you make space for what is authentic, balanced, and aligned with truth. There are many forms of letting go, each one a doorway to greater peace. The first is letting go of the past. You cannot rewrite what has already happened. But the mind tries to again and again by replaying old scenes, revisiting old wounds, clinging to old regrets, rehearsing alternate outcomes. This mental looping serves an unconscious hope. If I understand it enough, it won't hurt anymore. But in reality, holding on prolongs the pain. Letting go of the past does not mean forgetting it. It means no longer carrying it as a burden. It means recognizing that what happened shaped you, but does not define you. It means honoring the lessons without imprisoning yourself in the memory. The next form is letting go of expectations. Expectations are subtle illusions. They promise control where none exists. They arise when you script the behavior of others in your mind, when you demand a specific outcome from life, when you believe things should unfold according to your timeline. Expectations tighten the heart. They make you blind to what is actually happening because you are so fixated on what should be happening. Letting go of expectations opens you to reality. It allows you to meet life directly without filtering it through your demands. In this openness, you discover possibilities you could not see when you were clinging to a predetermined outcome. Another powerful layer is letting go of identity. The mind loves labels. I am this kind of person. I would never do that. This is who I must be. These identities feel safe, but they limit your evolution. When life invites you to grow beyond who you used to be, the inner resistance often comes from clinging to an outdated self-image. Letting go of identity is not losing yourself. It is expanding yourself. It is allowing yourself to outgrow old versions of who you thought you were. Then there is letting go of emotional resistance. When a painful emotion arises, sadness, anger, fear, disappointment, the mind often meets it with resistance. I shouldn't feel this. This emotion is wrong. I need to get rid of this now. But pushing emotions away only makes them stronger. Resistance is a quiet form of clinging to an idea of how you should feel. Letting go means allowing the emotion to exist without judgment. When you stop resisting, emotions pass through you more quickly. They soften, they dissolve, they complete their natural cycle. Another profound aspect of letting go is releasing the need to be understood. Many people exhaust themselves trying to explain, justify, or prove themselves to others. This creates inner turmoil because external validation becomes a condition for inner peace. But not everyone will understand your choices, your path, your healing, your values, and they do not need to. Letting go of the need to be understood frees you. It roots your peace within, rather than in the shifting perceptions of others. Letting go also involves releasing control. Control is one of the mind's deepest attachments. It is an attempt to manage life through force to ensure predictability, avoid pain, and secure comfort. But control is an illusion. Even when things appear orderly, life remains fluid, unpredictable, alive. Letting go of control does not mean becoming passive. It means shifting from force to flow. It means making wise choices while accepting that you cannot dictate every outcome. It means trusting your resilience rather than trying to engineer certainty. Another form of letting go is releasing comparison. Comparison arises from insecurity, the belief that your value depends on how you measure against others. But comparison distorts your self-perception. It blinds you to your strengths. It creates unnecessary suffering. Letting go of comparison allows you to return to your own pace, your own path, your own truth. And then there is letting go of urgency, the pressure to achieve, to improve, to fix everything quickly. Urgency creates mental noise. It pushes you into burnout. It disconnects you from presence. Letting go of urgency allows you to inhabit your life rather than rush through it. It teaches you that growth has its own rhythm. Letting go is not a single act. It is a continuous, gentle uncoiling, a daily softening of the places where fear, expectation, or rigidity have formed knots inside you. So how do you practice letting go? First, notice where you are holding on. Pay attention to the tightness in your chest, the repetitive thought patterns, the emotional heaviness. These sensations reveal attachment. Second, breathe into the tension, not to push it away, but to create space around it. Breath softens resistance. Breath invites clarity. Third, name what you are holding. Naming brings unconscious clinging into conscious awareness. I am holding on to a past version of myself. I am gripping an expectation. I am resisting sadness. Awareness itself begins the process of release. Fourth, ask yourself gently, does this serve my peace? The body knows the answer. When something no longer serves you, it feels heavy, constricted, draining. Fifth, practice acceptance. Acceptance does not mean approval. It means acknowledging reality without fighting it. Acceptance is the soil in which letting go grows. Sixth, allow time to do its work. Letting go cannot be rushed. It unfolds in layers. Some days the grip loosens. Other days it tightens again. This is natural. Patience is part of release. As you practice letting go, something extraordinary happens. The space once filled with tension becomes filled with clarity. The energy once spent holding on becomes available for creativity, presence, and joy. Your relationships become lighter. Your decisions become wiser. Your inner world becomes more spacious. And gradually, you begin to understand a profound truth. Letting go is not losing, it is liberation. It is the return to your natural state of openness, peace, and ease. As you release what is no longer aligned, you make room for what is meant to enter. You allow life to move. You allow yourself to breathe. You allow your heart to expand. Let this truth settle into you gently. Your freedom begins where your clinging ends. Let go not to escape life, but to finally live it fully. There comes a moment on the path of awakening when you begin to notice something subtle but profoundly transformative. The way you speak to yourself shapes the world you inhabit. Not the outer world, though, that too is influenced, but the inner world, the world where your emotions take root, where your self-trust is born, where your resilience grows, where your deepest wounds and deepest wisdom reside. This inner world is not silent. It is filled with voices, echoes of childhood, the tone of former relationships, the imprint of society's demands, the whisper of your own fears. Some voices are gentle, guiding you toward clarity. Others are harsh, cutting into your confidence like blades. And the practice at the heart of this chapter is learning to cultivate inner friendliness, the kind of relationship with yourself that is rooted in warmth, honesty, and compassion. To cultivate inner friendliness is to become your own refuge. It begins with recognizing that you are not your inner critic. You are the one who hears it. You are the awareness behind the thought, not the thought itself. Many people live in unexamined self-judgment for so long that they begin to assume it is normal. But the inner critic is not a voice of truth. It is a voice of conditioning, shaped by fear, comparison, and insecurity. Inner friendliness replaces harshness with understanding. It replaces perfectionism with patience. It replaces shame with honesty. It replaces self-attack with care. But inner friendliness is not indulgence. It does not mean justifying harmful behavior or avoiding responsibility. Friendly awareness is clear-eyed. It sees your patterns without excuses. It acknowledges your mistakes without brutality. It guides you toward growth without making you feel unworthy. Inner friendliness is the middle path, warm, wise, and steady. One of the first steps in cultivating inner friendliness is softening the tone of your self-talk. Instead of saying, "I failed," you say, "I struggled, and that's okay. I'm learning." Instead of thinking, "I shouldn't feel this way," you think, "This emotion is here. Let me understand it." Instead of declaring, "I always ruin things," you reflect, "This is a moment of difficulty, not my identity." This shift in language changes everything. The words you speak to yourself create the emotional climate you live in. A harsh inner climate generates anxiety, fear, and defensiveness. A kind inner climate generates courage, stability, and resilience. Another essential practice is meeting discomfort with gentleness. Many people respond to inner pain with resistance or self-blame. When sadness arises, they chastise themselves for being too sensitive. When fear rises, they shame themselves for being weak. When frustration spikes, they condemn themselves for not being more patient. But discomfort is not evidence of failure. Discomfort is evidence of being human. Inner friendliness means holding your discomfort the way you might hold the trembling hand of a frightened child, with calmness, with patience, with warmth. The child does not need you to fix everything immediately. They need your presence, and your emotional wounds need the same. Inner friendliness deepens through honesty. This may seem surprising. People often associate kindness with softness, but true friendliness includes truthfulness. When you are honest with yourself about your limits, your needs, your patterns, your desires, you stop fighting against your own reality. Honesty allows you to see clearly the parts of yourself that need care, healing, or adjustment. But this honesty is never laced with punishment. It is paired with patience. This pairing, honesty, and patience is the hallmark of mature compassion. Another practice of inner friendliness is encouragement. Many people are skilled at encouraging others, yet leave themselves unsupported. They cheer for their friends, but criticize themselves. They offer patience to others, but demand perfection from themselves. Ask yourself, when was the last time I encouraged myself? When was the last time I celebrated my own effort? When was the last time I acknowledged my own progress? Encouragement is nourishment. It strengthens your capacity to move forward. It gives the heart courage. It reminds you that your value does not depend on flawless performance. Inner friendliness also requires boundaries with yourself, boundaries that protect your well-being. These boundaries might sound like I will not speak to myself in a way I would never speak to someone I love. I will not push myself past exhaustion in the name of productivity. I will not ignore my emotional needs to maintain an image. I will not abandon myself to please others. These commitments create an inner environment of respect. Respect is the foundation of trust. When you begin to trust yourself, your emotional life stabilizes. You stop outsourcing your worth to the opinions of others. You stop betraying yourself for approval. You begin to move through the world with inner solidity. Inner friendliness also means giving yourself permission. Permission to rest, to feel, to change, to grow at your own pace, to learn slowly, to not have everything figured out. Permission is not laziness. Permission is freedom from the tyranny of unrealistic expectations. Another powerful aspect of inner friendliness is self-protection. When you care for yourself, you stop placing yourself in situations that harm your peace. You stop exposing yourself to people who drain or diminish you. You stop ignoring your intuition when it tries to guide you away from danger. Protecting yourself is not selfish, it is responsible. Inner friendliness becomes even deeper when you practice mindful self-contact, which means connecting with your inner experience without judgment. Place a hand gently on your heart or your abdomen. Breathe, feel the emotions present. Offer them warmth. This simple act rewires the nervous system. It teaches your body that you are safe with yourself. Safety is one of the greatest gifts you can give your inner world. Another profound dimension of inner friendliness is celebrating your humanity. Not your achievements, not your image. Your humanity, your imperfection, your tenderness, your effort, your capacity to feel deeply, your willingness to grow, your resilience in returning to the path again and again, even when it feels difficult. When you celebrate your humanity, shame dissolves. Shame cannot survive in an environment of acceptance. Inner friendliness also means extending compassion to your past self, the version of you who tried to survive without the wisdom you have now. When you stop blaming your past self for not knowing better, you release decades of inner conflict. That younger version of you did the best they could with the tools they had. You honor them by forgiving them, not by condemning them. As you practice inner friendliness, a profound shift begins to occur. Your inner world becomes a place of refuge instead of a battlefield. You begin to feel safe within yourself. You begin to trust your emotional capacity. You begin to walk through life with an open heart instead of a guarded one. You begin to treat yourself as someone worthy of kindness because you are. And when your inner world becomes friendly, the outer world becomes easier to navigate. You become less reactive. You recover from difficulty more quickly. You communicate with more clarity. You stop taking things so personally. You relate to others with more patience and understanding because you no longer treat yourself as an enemy. Inner friendliness is not just a practice. It is a homecoming. Let this truth rest gently within you. When you become a friend to yourself, you no longer move through life alone. Your own heart becomes your companion, steady, compassionate, and kind. There is a quiet shift that happens when you begin to understand that life is not something to conquer or control, but something to cooperate with. This shift does not arrive with fanfare. It comes softly, often after moments of exhaustion, after you've tried forcing, fixing, pushing, and managing every detail, only to find yourself depleted and discouraged. Eventually, the realization dawns. Life becomes gentler, not when you dominate it, but when you learn to move with it. This way of moving, aligned, aware, responsive, rather than reactive, is the essence of flow. Flow is not passive drifting. Flow is not indifference. Flow is not giving up your aspirations or abandoning responsibility. Flow is the courageous acceptance that while you cannot control the entire river of life, you can learn to swim with its currents instead of against them. In Buddhism, this is intimately connected to the principle of wise effort, the understanding that energy must be applied skillfully rather than forcefully. Unwise effort comes from fear, from ego, from desperation. Wise effort comes from clarity, from attunement, from trusting the natural unfolding of things. Flow begins with listening to the moment, listening to your intuition, listening to the shifting inner landscape of thoughts and emotions. When you listen deeply, you begin to sense when it is time to act and when it is time to wait, when it is time to hold on and when it is time to release, when it is time to speak and when silence carries more wisdom. Most suffering comes not from the challenges themselves, but from pushing when life asks you to pause, or pausing when life asks you to move. Flow is the art of responding to life with awareness rather than resistance. One way to cultivate flow is by dropping the belief that life must always match your expectations. Expectations create rigidity. Flow requires flexibility. When you cling to rigid timelines or demand that circumstances unfold exactly as you envision, you create inner friction. You feel frustrated when reality does not obey your plans. You lose sight of opportunities because you are too focused on a specific outcome. Flow means staying committed to your direction, but adaptable in your methods. It means remembering that there are many paths to the same mountain. The one that unfolds naturally is often the one that will take you where you're meant to go with the least suffering. Another dimension of flow is trusting your internal cycles. Just as nature has seasons, periods of growth, rest, shedding, blooming, so do you. There will be times when your energy is high, when creativity ignites, when clarity shines effortlessly. And there will be times when you feel slow, introspective, unsettled, or uncertain. These internal shifts are not flaws. They are natural rhythms. Flow means honoring these rhythms instead of fighting them. It means allowing yourself to rest when your body requests stillness. It means slowing down when your mind feels saturated. It means giving yourself permission to retreat when your heart needs quiet. When you honor your inner seasons, you move through life with far less tension and far more harmony. Flow also deepens through humility, the willingness to admit that you do not have all the answers, that you cannot foresee every outcome, that your perspective is limited and evolving. Humility softens resistance. It opens you to learning. It allows life to reveal possibilities that your ego could never imagine. Humility does not diminish you. It expands you. It makes you receptive to wisdom that arrives from unexpected places. A stranger's words, a moment of silence, a sudden insight in the middle of a mundane task. When you stop insisting that you know how everything should unfold, you create space for intuitive intelligence to enter. Another anchor of flow is presence. Flow exists only in the present moment. You cannot flow with life while dwelling in the past or anticipating the future. When you return to the present through breath awareness sensation, you reconnect with the only place where action is possible, where clarity is accessible, where change occurs. Presence sharpens your perception. It helps you notice subtle signs that guide your next step. The tension in your body, signaling misalignment. The spark of inspiration hinting at a new direction. The inner discomfort revealing a boundary. The quiet excitement pointing towards something meaningful. The more present you become, the more naturally you flow. Flow also requires emotional spaciousness, the ability to allow emotions to come and go without gripping them or pushing them away. When you resist emotions, they solidify. When you cling to emotions, they distort your clarity. But when you allow emotions to move through you, like weather passing through the sky, your inner landscape remains open. You sense the deeper wisdom beneath the shifting emotional patterns. Emotional spaciousness allows you to act from wisdom rather than impulse, from steadiness rather than reactivity. Another powerful component of flow is the practice of non-interference. You do not need to interfere with every thought, every feeling, every situation. Many things resolve themselves when you do not overmanage them. Many conflicts soften when you stop feeding them. Many problems dissolve when you give them space rather than force. Flow is the recognition that not everything requires your intervention. Yet flow does not mean avoidance. Some situations require firm action, clear boundaries, responsible choices. Flow means acting when it is time to act, but without aggression. It means stepping forward when your heart signals that the moment is ripe, but without fear-driven urgency. It means speaking truth when silence would create harm, but without the sharpness of ego. Flow is wise timing. You can sense flow in the moments when your actions feel natural instead of forced, when conversations unfold smoothly, when insights appear spontaneously, when you feel guided rather than lost, when life begins to feel like a dialogue rather than a battle. And flow deepens each time you stop asking, "How do I control this?" and instead ask, "How do I cooperate with what is happening?" Cooperation is not surrendering your power. It is using your power more skillfully. Flow becomes even stronger when you release the belief that life is happening to you. Life is happening with you. You are in partnership with existence. Every experience, pleasant or painful, is part of your evolution. Flow means trusting this partnership, trusting your own adaptability, trusting your inner guidance, trusting the larger intelligence at work in your life. And gradually, as flow becomes part of your being, you begin to notice a transformation. You move with more ease. You resist less. You listen more deeply. You feel more aligned. You stop forcing outcomes that drain your energy. You stop clinging to paths that no longer feel alive. You begin to navigate challenges with steadiness instead of panic. You begin to trust the natural rhythm of your journey. Flow does not make your life perfect. Flow makes your life harmonious. It teaches you to meet each moment with openness rather than fear, with curiosity rather than control, with presence rather than pressure. It teaches you that peace is not found in fixing everything. Peace is found in learning how to move with life instead of against it. Let this truth settle gently into your awareness. Life is not an obstacle course to conquer. It is a river to move with, breath by breath, moment by moment, step by step. When you learn to flow, you learn to live. There is a stage on the inner journey when you begin to understand that one of the most powerful forms of wisdom is the ability to hold your own energy. We often imagine strength as something external, the ability to influence people, control circumstances, or endure hardship. But true strength, the kind that transforms your life from the inside out, lies in the ability to remain grounded in yourself, regardless of what is happening around you. This groundedness is not rigidity. It is not emotional suppression. It is not pretending to be unaffected by life's turbulence. Groundedness is the ability to stay connected to your center, while everything around you shifts, changes, or challenges you. It is the art of remaining rooted. When you are ungrounded, external events toss you in every direction. A careless comment destabilizes you. A minor inconvenience sends you into frustration. Someone else's mood becomes your mood. Uncertainty becomes overwhelming. You lose yourself in the emotional weather of the moment. But when you are grounded, the same situations have far less power. You feel them, you respond, but you do not lose your center. You do not collapse inward. You do not abandon yourself emotionally. You remain steady, aware, present. Groundedness does not remove difficulty, but it changes how difficulty lives inside you. To cultivate grounding is to cultivate presence, stability, and inner security. It is an ongoing practice, one that deepens over time, layer by layer, breath by breath. One of the core foundations of grounding is embodiment, the practice of inhabiting your own body fully. Many people live disconnected from their bodies, dwelling almost entirely in their thoughts. When the mind becomes overactive, the body becomes neglected, and this disconnection leads to anxiety, impulsive reactions, and emotional imbalance. Embodiment brings you back into physical awareness, into breath, into sensation, into the weight of the body, into the immediacy of your experience. When attention returns to the body, the mind naturally settles. The breath slows. The emotions soften. The thoughts lose their sharpness. You return to what is real and immediate. Grounding through embodiment can be as simple as placing your awareness in your feet and feeling their contact with the floor. It can be noticing the movement of your breath in your abdomen. It can be placing a hand on your chest and sensing the warmth beneath your palm. These small gestures remind the nervous system that you are here, that you are safe, that you are present. Another dimension of grounding is emotional anchoring, the ability to stay connected to your deeper values, rather than being pulled by momentary impulses. When you know what matters most to you, compassion, honesty, patience, clarity, inner peace, you begin to use these values as anchors. Instead of reacting emotionally, you respond from intention. For example, if someone speaks harshly to you, the impulse may be to retaliate. But grounding helps you pause long enough to ask yourself, what response aligns with who I want to be? This pause is transformative. It is the birthplace of wisdom. Grounding also requires self-regulation, calming your nervous system when it becomes overwhelmed. Life's pressures activate the body's survival responses, pushing you into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. When you are caught in these states, clarity disappears. Decisions become reactive. Emotions spill over. Self-regulation techniques, slow breathing, gentle movement, mindfulness, stillness, help restore equilibrium. They remind the body that it does not need to protect you from everything. They allow your mind to re-enter a state where insight and discernment are possible. Another foundation of grounding is inner containment, the ability to hold your emotions without being consumed by them. This does not mean suppressing your feelings. It means creating an inner space, spacious enough for emotions to exist without taking over your entire being. When anger arises, grounding teaches you not to become anger. When fear arises, grounding teaches you not to collapse into fear. When sadness appears, grounding teaches you not to drown in sorrow. Instead, you witness these emotions with compassion. You give them permission to be present, but you do not let them define your identity. This capacity to hold emotion, rather than merge with it, is one of the most powerful forms of emotional maturity. Grounding also deepens through mental clarity, the ability to differentiate between facts and stories. The mind often creates narratives that amplify suffering. Something small happens, and suddenly the mind is predicting catastrophe, or replaying old wounds, or imagining worst-case scenarios. Grounding interrupts these stories. It reminds you to return to what is actually happening, not what your fear is projecting. Clarity is grounding. Confusion is destabilizing. Another practice that strengthens grounding is slowing down. Much of modern suffering arises from chronic haste, always rushing, always multitasking, always feeling behind. This pace pulls the mind away from the body, scattering your awareness into fragments. When you slow down your movements, your breath, your speech, your energy gathers. Your awareness deepens. Your presence strengthens. Slowness is not laziness. Slowness is precision. Slowness is awareness. Slowness is power. Grounding also involves energetic boundaries, recognizing where your emotional responsibility ends. You cannot carry the burdens of others. You cannot fix what does not belong to you. You cannot rescue people at the cost of your own stability. Grounding teaches you to care without absorbing, to empathize without merging, to support without self-erasure. Healthy boundaries are not walls. They are clarity. One of the most transformative aspects of grounding is the cultivation of inner refuge, a place within yourself that remains untouched by the storms of life. This refuge is not an escape. It is a sanctuary of wisdom, compassion, and stability. You build this sanctuary each time you return to your breath, each time you speak gently to yourself, each time you act from intention rather than reactivity. Over time, this inner refuge becomes a place you can return to even in moments of chaos. It becomes a home inside your own consciousness, steady, warm, trustworthy. Grounding also brings profound simplicity. When your mind is grounded, you stop overcomplicating everything. Decisions become clearer. Emotions become easier to navigate. Relationships become more authentic. Life begins to feel less like a fight and more like a path. Grounding changes the emotional tone of your reactions. Instead of collapsing into stress, you breathe. Instead of panicking, you pause. Instead of spiraling, you orient yourself. Instead of attacking yourself, you soothe your nervous system. And slowly, something miraculous begins to happen. Life becomes more manageable. Your mind becomes clearer. Your emotions become more balanced. Your inner world becomes more spacious. You stop scrambling for stability, because stability begins to arise from within you. You become someone who can hold themselves through difficulty, someone who can stay present in discomfort, someone who can navigate uncertainty with a steady heart, someone who does not crumble when life becomes heavy. This is what it means to be grounded. Let this truth rest softly within you. Groundedness is not something given to you by the world. It is something you cultivate within yourself, breath by breath, moment by moment. And the more grounded you become, the more deeply you begin to live. There comes a moment on the inner journey when you begin to realize that your peace is profoundly shaped by what you allow into your mind, not only through thoughts, but through the environments you inhabit, the conversations you participate in, the media you absorb, the people you surround yourself with, and the subtle energies you choose to engage with. In a world filled with noise, emotional, digital, social, it becomes essential to cultivate the skill of intentional intake. This is the conscious choosing of what you allow to influence your inner life. For just as food shapes the body, mental input shapes the mind, and a mind malnourished by negativity, chaos, or constant stimulation cannot rest. It cannot think clearly. It cannot remain balanced. Intentional intake is not avoidance. It is discernment. It is understanding that your inner world is sacred, and what enters it should be chosen with awareness. Discernment begins with noticing how different stimuli affect you. Some environments lift your spirit. Others drain your energy. Some conversations open your heart. Others leave your body tight with tension. Some forms of media bring clarity. Others sow confusion or agitation. When you begin to observe these patterns, you naturally become more protective of your peace, not from fear, but from wisdom. One powerful layer of intentional intake is being mindful of the mental diet you consume daily. Your mind is constantly absorbing impressions. Every headline, every social post, every argument you witness, every complaint you listen to, all of these enter your consciousness and create subtle imprints. If you feed your mind with fear-driven content, you become tense. If you feed it with gossip, you become reactive. If you feed it with comparison, you become insecure. If you feed it with chaos, you become scattered. If you feed it with clarity, you become centered. If you feed it with wisdom, you become wise. This is not magic, it is neurobiology. The mind adapts to what it repeatedly encounters. Intentional intake asks you to choose what you expose yourself to with the same care you would choose nourishment for your body. It does not mean isolating yourself from the world, but navigating it with insight. Another powerful dimension of intentional intake is selective participation in conversations. Words carry energy. They carry emotion. They carry intention. The conversations you participate in, whether deeply meaningful or carelessly superficial, shape the way you think and feel. When you consistently engage in conversations rooted in complaining, criticism, or hostility, your emotional landscape begins to mirror that tone. Even passively listening can shift your inner balance. Intentional intake encourages you to gravitate toward conversations that are honest, but not destructive, compassionate, but not enabling, insightful, but not draining. It teaches you to withdraw gently when discussions fuel negativity rather than understanding. This is not avoidance. It is guardianship of your inner peace. Another aspect of intentional intake is curating your digital environment. Technology can be a profound tool for learning and connection, but without mindfulness, it becomes a constant source of agitation. Many people begin their mornings by opening a device and flooding their minds with information before their consciousness has even fully awakened. This creates mental clutter before the day even begins. Intentional intake means choosing when and how you interact with the digital world. It means unfollowing sources that trigger anxiety or comparison. It means seeking out content that nourishes, inspires, or educates. It means pausing before absorbing new information. Is this useful? Is this kind? Is this aligned with who I want to become? These questions act as filters to protect your mental environment. Another layer of intentional intake involves the people you allow close to your inner life. Not everyone deserves access to your heart, your dreams, your energy, or your vulnerabilities. Some people sustain you. Others deplete you. Some people encourage your growth. Others unconsciously pull you into old patterns. Intentional intake is the art of recognizing which relationships support your well-being and which pull you away from your center. It teaches you to set gentle, firm boundaries, not out of rejection, but out of respect for your emotional health. People who consistently drain or disrespect your energy do not need to be demonized, but you can choose how close they stand. You can choose the distance that keeps your peace intact. Another profound element of intentional intake is being selective about advice. Many people offer opinions without understanding your context, your values, or your intentions. When you absorb advice uncritically, you can lose touch with your own wisdom. You can become confused, conflicted, or misaligned. Discernment means listening openly, but filtering wisely. It means understanding that not all guidance is meant for you, even when it comes from someone well-intentioned. It means learning to trust your intuition enough to say, "This is helpful," or "This is not aligned with my path." Intentional intake also applies to your emotional atmosphere, the moods you absorb from others. The emotional states of people around you can enter your system without your noticing. Anxiety spreads, anger spreads, stress spreads, calmness spreads, compassion spreads. The more sensitive you are, the more easily you absorb the emotional tone of your environment. Intentional intake teaches you to recognize when you are absorbing emotion that is not yours. It teaches you to pause, breathe, and return to your own center. It teaches you not to internalize someone else's turmoil. Their emotions may be valid, but they are not your responsibility to carry. Another essential dimension of intentional intake is choosing the pace of life you consume. A hurried environment creates a hurried mind. A chaotic environment creates a chaotic mind. A peaceful environment cultivates a peaceful mind. This does not mean you must escape your responsibilities or avoid the world. It means being mindful of how pace affects your well-being. It means giving yourself moments of stillness even in busy days. It means choosing activities that bring depth rather than constant stimulation. Intentional intake is also the art of knowing your limits. Some people can consume more information without losing balance. Others need more quiet. Some can handle emotionally intense situations. Others need gentler spaces. Some thrive on stimulation. Others thrive in stillness. There is no universal formula. The practice is learning yourself intimately enough to know what nourishes you and what depletes you. and honoring that knowledge. When you cultivate intentional intake, something powerful begins to shift within you. You feel less overwhelmed. You become more grounded. You breathe more deeply. You think more clearly. Your emotions become steadier. Your decisions become wiser. You begin to see that peace is not only cultivated inwardly, it is also protected through what you allow inward. Intentional intake transforms your life by transforming the raw material your mind works with. It turns your inner environment into a space of clarity rather than confusion, nourishment rather than depletion, wisdom rather than noise. Let this truth settle gently into your awareness. Your mind is a sacred space. Guard what enters it with love, wisdom, and discernment. Your peace depends on the quality of what you allow to shape your inner world. There comes a moment on the inner journey when you begin to sense a truth that is both humbling and liberating. You do not walk this path alone. Even in silence, even in solitude, even in the most private corners of your inner world, you are accompanied by the same forces that guide the blossoming of flowers, the turning of seasons, the rising of the sun. There is a rhythm to existence, subtle, ancient, benevolent, and your life is part of that rhythm. This truth does not reveal itself loudly. It emerges through quiet insight, through lived experience, through moments when you realize that life has carried you through situations you thought you could not survive. It emerges when you see that somehow, despite confusion or difficulty, the next step always appeared. It emerges when you recognize that wisdom has been cultivating itself within you long before you consciously sought it. This realization gives rise to an essential spiritual quality, inner faith, not faith in any external authority, but faith in the unfolding of your own journey. Inner faith does not mean believing that everything will be easy. It means trusting that everything will be workable. It means trusting your capacity to grow, to adapt, to transform, to rise again. It means trusting that no experience is wasted, that no season of your life is without purpose, that no detour is meaningless. Inner faith is not naive optimism. It is a deep, steady confidence in the wisdom of impermanence, the understanding that everything moves, everything shifts, everything changes, and therefore everything can be met. Inner faith is what allows you to breathe, even when the future is uncertain. It is what allows you to rest, even when challenges remain unresolved. It is what allows you to soften, even when life feels sharp. It is what allows you to walk forward, even when the path ahead is not yet visible. Faith is not blind. Faith is intimate. One of the first elements of inner faith is trusting your own resilience. Many people underestimate the strength that lives within them. They see only their fears, their failures, their weaknesses. But resilience is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is quiet, like the steady pulse of your heart. You have endured every difficult moment of your life up to this point. You have survived heartbreak, disappointment, loss, confusion, uncertainty. And yet, here you are, breathing, learning, evolving. Inner faith grows when you recognize this truth. Your strength has always been greater than your suffering. Another element of inner faith is trusting your inner wisdom. There is a knowing inside you that is older than your fears. It speaks softly through intuition, through a sense of resonance, through the feeling of rightness that arises when something aligns with your truth. Many people silence this wisdom because they have been taught to distrust themselves. But when you begin listening inwardly, you discover that your intuition has been guiding you all along. Inner faith deepens each time you honor this inner voice. Another dimension of faith is trusting the timing of your life. Impatience is a form of self-doubt, the belief that you should be somewhere other than where you are, that your growth is too slow, that your healing is too incomplete, that your journey is somehow behind schedule. But life does not rush your evolution. The process unfolds with perfect timing, even when you cannot see the pattern. Every insight arises when you are ready to hold it. Every lesson emerges when your heart is strong enough to receive it. Inner faith means releasing the pressure to accelerate your transformation. It means trusting that your journey is unfolding exactly as it needs to. Another powerful aspect of faith is trusting the purpose of challenges, not in a fatalistic or mystical sense, but in the understanding that difficulty reveals things comfort cannot. Pain shows you what needs attention. Loss shows you what is essential. Uncertainty expands your inner strength. Frustration tests your patience. Loneliness reveals your relationship with yourself. These experiences are not punishments. They are teachers. Inner faith means meeting challenges not with bitterness, but with curiosity. What is this moment inviting me to understand? What part of me is being asked to grow? This attitude does not eliminate pain, but it gives your pain meaning. It transforms suffering into wisdom. Inner faith also flourishes through self-acceptance. You cannot trust a self you reject. You cannot trust a self you criticize constantly. To cultivate faith in yourself, you must soften toward yourself. Accept your imperfections. Accept your sensitivities. Accept your limitations. Accept the parts of yourself that are still learning how to live gently. Self-acceptance is the soil in which faith takes root. Another essential layer of inner faith is trusting connection, the understanding that you are part of a larger whole. You are not an isolated fragment. You are a thread in the vast fabric of existence. Every act of kindness you offer ripples outward. Every moment of awareness contributes to collective clarity. Every step you take toward healing subtly shifts the world around you. Inner faith means understanding that even your smallest actions have significance. Faith also means trusting that support exists not always in the places you expect, but always in some form. Sometimes support arrives through people, sometimes through insight, sometimes through silence, sometimes through rest, sometimes through a sudden moment of clarity. The universe responds to sincerity. It responds to effort. It responds to truth. When you walk your path with openness, support finds its way to you. At the deepest level, inner faith is trust in your own capacity to awaken. Awakening does not mean becoming perfect. It does not mean transcending your humanity. It means seeing clearly, loving deeply, living consciously. It means understanding that every breath is a new beginning, that every moment carries the potential for transformation, that every small act of awareness plants a seed for a more compassionate future. Awakening is not a peak to reach. It is a continuous unfolding. Inner faith allows that unfolding to happen without force. When inner faith matures, it changes the way you experience life. You no longer panic when uncertainty appears. You no longer collapse when things fall apart. You no longer interpret difficulty as a sign that you are failing. Instead, you meet life with a steady heart, open eyes, and a grounded presence. You become less reactive, more receptive, less fearful, more curious, less rigid, more flexible, less doubtful, more trusting. You begin to live with a quiet confidence, not the confidence of ego, but the confidence of connection, The confidence that comes from knowing you can meet whatever arises. The confidence that comes from knowing you are guided by your own inner wisdom. The confidence that comes from knowing that life unfolds in rhythms far wiser than anything you could orchestrate. And slowly, gently, you begin to soften into reality. You begin to relax into the present moment. You begin to trust the flow of your own becoming. You begin to see that peace is not something you chase. It is something you uncover within yourself when you release resistance and embrace trust. Let this final truth rest deeply within your heart. You are not separate from the rhythm of life. You are part of it, growing, changing, awakening, becoming. Trust your path. Trust your pace. Trust your inner wisdom. Your journey is exactly where it needs to be.